So your girl finally got her TV. I installed it, and I can officially see my stuff up there. Let me know if you want to cover, okay?
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can officially see all of my good stuff up there. So I need everybody to comment so I can make sure that I can see the comments, which is the next piece of the pie. I think I will be, but yes, I can. Hi, Grace. I can now see everybody's comments and all that stuff by just looking at my screen rather than having to look at my phone. So this morning we are starting with a hair replacement service on my client that you guys were raving about when we did her installation, which she got a lot of compliments too. So that tells you that we have gone the right direction.
Absolutely.
And the good thing is her unit has really stayed on. Like, it's not lifting off, it's not doing anything. So only the fact that we're doing a full maintenance appointment today where we're going to remove it, we're relaxing her, we're doing all of that good stuff. But her hair it did good. Her color, we're going to do her color again today because her color did fade from her hair. And we're going to add a little bit or deepen the color on the unit as well with the same color that we're going to use on her hair. So the unit is human, you guys, so it does fade in respects to color. It's not like a synthetic unit or processed with chemical colors and it will never fade away. And no, this unit is 100% customized to the client. So if we color her hair, we color the unit all at the same time. So what I'm doing is I am tapering down her hair in the back. I'm doing my best to not really like scratch her scalp at all because I'm going to relax her. And we're not going to disturb the unit that's on top right now until it's time to wash her, where, you know, at that point we'll go ahead and wash the unit, take it off, clean it, color it while she's processing all that good stuff. We're going to be doing kind of the same process for both, so they'll go hand in hand. And then of course we will clean up her cut after we're done. So this is kind of like a preliminary cut, let me say it like that. But she has given some good report on the unit itself. You want to tell them how it's been since you got it and not in the salon, so at home?
Yeah.
How's it been?
I mean, it's actually been really good at home. So I did take your advice and got some of the, the tools that you recommended, the paper wraps and the wrapping foam and the half scarf that you kind of tie around. But I just would tie it up every night. What I tried to do was, because I do sweat at night when I sleep, so I tried to avoid tying it all the way up where my scalp, would sweat at the top. But I mean, this unit, this style was so easy to maintain, and
good.
I have over the years have been terrible at maintaining styles. So for me to say that, it's a lot.
Good.
A lot.
And she said her family liked it.
Oh.
So that's like the biggest thing. Like when you walk into a room or people see something different, your first worry is, what are they gonna say? Mm-hmm. Are they gonna say it's ugly? And your kids are your most brutal critics. So she said that they really liked it. They were so glad when she walked in. They were just kind of like stunned.
Yeah.
At the fact that she got it done. Did anybody question the fact, like, wait, is that your hair, or did they even ask that question? I know light-skinned people do, but other people.
Yeah. No, and probably more so because I have varied styles over the years.
Okay.
That I think most of my, people that I work with and coworkers, they know better. But I even with them, I just got so many compliments. I mean, so many, and people saying that it just transformed me completely. Just my attitude and my confidence, and I mean, I meant what I said. It's a real transformation. It really is.
Super glad.
Yeah, that losing your hair does a lot to you psychologically.
Yeah. It's just like losing your breasts.
It is.
Your uterus, like if you have to do a hysterectomy, it's like your womanhood.
Exactly.
It's like taken away.
And I've been living with that for years, and you know, my mother dealt with it as well, and she, you know, did kind of follow the same suit. She had people, you know, make units and things for her as well. I think you go through a denial phase.
Like you're telling yourself that it's gonna come back.
It's gonna come back. Yep.
It's gonna come back.
And then finally, I was just like, you know what? Come on now, you still have so much life to live, and you can do this. And that's another reason why I didn't tell my kids, because I really wanted it to be about me making the decision and not them persuading me, or, you know.
I'm saying, why are you doing that?
Right, like, why are you doing that? Not that they would, but, you know, they are very much like, oh, you're fine the way you are. We love you the way you are types, you know?
Yeah, and then they kind of sway your judgment.
And I'm like, oh, well, maybe I don't need to do that. But so me not telling them helped to really make it solid that this was something that I was doing for me. And it was worth it. And
good.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
If you don't know, I'm telling you, you're amazing. You really changed my life. Like, I've had to redo my wardrobe and everything
to match your new look.
Yeah, I've been on Pinterest, like, what colors work well with red hair.
I thought I was the only person that do that because I'm not a super stylish person.
Me either.
So if I see, like, I'll see something, like I'll see a outfit and I'm like, oh, I like that outfit. And then I'll try to figure out how to make that outfit.
Yep.
Or I'll go on Pinterest, like, shirts that go with army fatigue and
that's exactly what I did.
Pinterest has saved my life, so I know exactly what you mean.
I even did looked up good nail colors, like when I go to get like.
Wow, you know my daughter does that for her braces. Yeah. She's like good braces colors. Yes. And I thought it was so odd. She's like, Mom, there's certain colors you're not supposed to get in braces. Yep. It's like down to a science. So
yeah,
we all do it.
Yep. Yeah, that's one thing my daughter will let me know is, Mom, not that color. So
see, so they have a lot of use.
Yes, they do. So it's been a great experience, and I'm just happy. Very happy.
That's really all that matters. As long as you can manage it, you're happy with it. It makes you feel good.
Yeah, we've been like sitting in the living room watching a movie or something, and I'll look over and my son will be staring at me. And he'll be like, Mom, your freaking hair is so freaking cute. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Well, that's nice. You know, the boys they're the most honest, too. They'll really tell you. The girls are like, yeah, it look good. And then behind you, they're like, Mom, no, she shouldn't.
Oh, my daughter came over. She would not stop touching my hair. I'm like, if you don't get your hands out of my hair. She's like, Mom, I can't help it. I love it.
Good. See, that's a good thing, though. They're touching it for a good reason, not a bad reason. Good morning. It's so odd because I'm so used to looking at the camera, and now I can just look up at the TV and see everything. It feels weird. It definitely feels weird. Good morning.
So the last time I was here, you were having issues with your blow dryer. Did you get that resolved?
Yeah, I got a new one. They sent me a new one.
Good. So you were able to use the warranty?
Yeah. Good. Yeah, and then they give you a new warranty with the new one. So.
Okay, good.
I think it's like a year though. I don't think they give you the whole 2 years.
The whole 2 years. Okay.
But they know they gave you it's a brand new one, like brand new in the box. They send you. They don't even send you just a piece.
Oh wow, well that's good.
Well, I mean, for $470 with a blow dryer,
you should be able to expect
I expect at least the minimum a new one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna let that sit for a moment.
Okay. You have a lot of clients today?
No, I have 5.
Oh, okay.
I don't book myself like that.
Yeah.
Oh, so another Crystal says, thank you for sharing your journey. It gives us hope.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have to say that when I was watching your YouTube videos before I booked with you, I was thinking, I don't know if I want to be taped. but honestly, when I thought about
who you're helping,
what it would do for me and if it would be helpful, that other women are going through the exact same thing. Like, I don't mind.
So imagine if other women were thinking what you were thinking, and basically saying, I don't know if I want to be taped.
Exactly.
How would you know that there was a possibility
Exactly.
that there's someone or something that's available to you for what you're dealing with?
Exactly.
If another person wasn't willing to share their journey openly, and I'm not saying that everybody has to do it, because some people, they're just not ready for it.
Right.
That's
exactly.
fine too.
Yeah.
You know, it's understandable. It's not something that like a oh, I'm forcing you to do this.
Right.
Absolutely not, because there's people out there that they're just not ready.
Well, and the other thing that I realized about what that thought process was telling me is that I was still giving into the denial about my hair loss.
Yeah.
And at my age, I'm just no longer doing that.
I agree.
I'm accepting myself for who I am.
Absolutely.
And my choices, and I'm not giving into that denial. I just won't. It happened, and you know.
It's there. It's like some things you just have to take as like what we call a face card.
Yeah.
You just have to take it for what it is, and the denial is what keeps you stuck.
Exactly.
That's the part that people kind of like don't really grasp. That having the denial is what keeps you in the same place, and then you never get a solution because you're so stuck where you are.
Yeah.
You can't see anything past it.
Absolutely. And then the last thing I think the most important is, you know, if this is the worst thing that can happen to me from a health and psychological perspective, you know, there's a lot of worse situations.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, so
you could have lost your hair from something way worse than this, and we all know what it is.
Exactly.
So we're not gonna mention it. We rebuke that one.
That's right.
But it could be definitely worse.
Yep.
There's some people who they're born with hair, and within a year or two, they have no hair on their entire body.
Exactly.
So
I think the Lord was working with me on this one, and He
prepared
has me
you
right where I need to be. So if anybody's watching and they felt that way, I hope that this helps. I really do.
Absolutely. Sometimes you have to get prepared for you to be able to do something.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. Break those chains.
All right, so let's go over to the shampoo bowl. It feels odd, like watching myself.
I know, right? You're not used to it.
That's so weird. It's like now I can really see myself. So I'm gonna bring you guys with me, and it's so clear at that.
It is. Yeah.
It is super clear. I actually went to Walmart this morning while talking to Grace on the phone. So the fact that I was able to even go, I got the TV. And you know, my client was like, wait, I was telling her when she came in, she's like, oh, you got the TV? I'm like, yeah, that's what I was doing when you were sitting in the lobby. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, this is what I was doing. Like, so for like, if I'm determined to do something, you guys, I am one of those people where I cannot rest.
That's how I am.
Until I do it. I didn't even redeem my fetch points. I just paid for it outright because if I do it with my fetch points, then I have to wait about 3 days to get the little gift card. So I'm like, listen, let me just go and buy this TV while I have the day, the time, and the energy, and just do it. So I did it. And the TV was like $119, so it was a really good price.
That is good.
And I got to name my TV, so everybody that tries to AirPlay, they know that it's my TV. All right, so we're going to go ahead and rinse off her sides and her back. We are going to color her. She did ask a question, which was a really good question. Her question was, because there's two different types of appointments when it comes on to the maintenance. You got some on your face. When it comes on to the maintenance of a hair replacement unit. The first type of maintenance is where we don't detach it and we just kind of wash your hair with it. And her question was, how do we know when we're going to need to do a full detachment maintenance versus a just kind of like a cleanup with a wash? Push back a little bit more in the bowl for me. And with that, I was telling her, I'm like, if the unit survives the regular shampoo, then I don't detach it. Also, time is a part of that. So if a client hasn't been here in 3-4 weeks or more, then at that point, it's considered a detachment. I have some clients where, and I don't have them now, but I'm saying there's clients where they might come every 2 weeks for maintenance. Well, I'm not going to detach it in 2 weeks. So after that 3-4 week mark, you really don't have a choice but to detach it because your hair starts to grow under it, which is also a point that she made this morning. She's like, it stayed on. She didn't have any issues, but she could tell that there was an area that she could feel it lifting because your hair still grows under the unit. Like nothing stops your hair from growing. If the follicle is alive, it's going to stay alive until the day it dies on its own. And when I say the day it dies, meaning the follicle, right? So even though she has this unit on top, the hair that was alive, those follicles that were alive under there, they're still going to grow. And they're going to push the unit up because guess what? You're invading the hair space. They don't care about the unit. They don't care about the adhesive. You are invading the space of their growing. Okay? So I am shampooing her with the oh, well, there you go. Just lift right off.
I was gonna say
some parts will just lift right off. Some parts won't. And then the adhesive actually peels right off the unit. So how you feeling? You okay?
I'm fine.
So I just use a little bit of water and look at that. So her hair has grown under here. So anywhere the hair grows, it detaches the adhesive automatically. Your hair is not going to allow something to invade its space. If it needs to come off, it's going to come off. And then the good thing that we've also learned with the adhesive is if we just use water, it binds the adhesive under the actual unit and it peels off like tape. Look.
Oh, wow.
It just peels right off. So it's actually very easy. I remember my first time doing this, I pulled the adhesive off, or I pulled the unit off cold turkey with no water because I was really timid. It was my first time doing it. And then we ended up trying to do a maintenance appointment with my other client, which is Jana. That's the one who has the textured unit. And we were going to just wash her with the unit on. And I noticed that the unit was coming off. So when the unit came off, I noticed that I could literally just peel the adhesive off like tape. And I'm like, aha, I figured it out. So now I don't have to spend an hour trying to clean my client's unit. Like this literally comes off in seconds. Wow. In seconds. And that's also why the way you apply the adhesive is very important. The type of adhesive you use is very important. The adhesive that we use is latex free. So even if you have a latex allergy, it is latex free. Or if you even develop a latex allergy, you can develop a latex allergy at any point in life. It can be tomorrow is the day you develop one, and we don't know that. And all of a sudden, your scalp starts to burn. It starts to itch. Your face could start swelling up. You know, we all have allergic reactions in different fashions. So that is why I chose to make sure that I used a latex-free glue / adhesives because I didn't want to run into any issues while this is long-term on my client's head, because then that becomes a responsibility of mine that I don't want to take on. I do not want to be responsible for an allergic reaction.
Well, I can tell you throughout this entire time, I've not felt any irritation, any itch, any sort of discomfort at all.
That's
I
good.
haven't.
That's really good. See, that's good to hear. Continue giving us the good reports.
Absolutely.
But also tell us if there was any complications.
Yeah,
because
no.
we want to know the yings and the yangs, because there's always a yin and a yang.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm trying to think of, the times where I did, I had to curl it or laid it. I just didn't really experience I'm going to tell you the biggest problem I had was with my own dang hair.
To keep it laid down.
Right, keeping it laid
Yeah, because like I said, even under the unit, your hair is going to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, so. But I mean like the tapered back, like just trying to lay it flat because it was growing out. So like when I went to my office Christmas party, I used the foam wrapped it, put the paper wrap around it, dried it, and then it blended in perfectly with the unit. But, when like I said, I work from home, so I don't really have to go anywhere. But just on a regular day, waking up, I could see in the back like where my own hair was kind of.
When it grows, it's just like a regular shortcut. So even like with my hair, when it's time for a relaxer, there is nothing on God's planet that you can put on it
to keep it down.
That will keep it down, other than a relaxer. And when
Yep.
it's time for a haircut, there is nothing you can do to sway your hair into believing that is going to do anything other than it's time for a haircut.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So look, guys, that's how easy it was. Nice and clean.
Wow.
That's how easy
That
it
was
was to
easy.
remove the adhesive. And then you just clean the hairline. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and shampoo her. I am going to condition her sides with the conditioner for the relaxer because we did do a relaxer. So I'm going to add a little bit of the conditioner on her sides. And then I will shampoo. I will shampoo her top when I'm normalizing her sides and back because that's where we relaxed. Can you use serum on your scalp for bald spots if you have seborrheic keratosis? That would be a question for your physician. I couldn't necessarily tell you that because I'm not a doctor, so I don't know the interaction. And I honestly don't even know what that is, to be, I'm very straight. I don't know what that is. So that's more of a medical question, but you can also look at the ingredients to see if there's any interaction with any of the ingredients on the growth serum versus the scalp situation you have going on. All right, so while she's sitting with the conditioner, I'm just gonna apply a little bit of Soothing Balance to her scalp area because I know it's nice and itchy now that we've taken it off. And then up here, you wanna make sure that you definitely clean it thoroughly. Because remember, she's about to put another unit, or put her unit back on soon. Is it itchy?
Not really, but that feels good.
I'm just using the backs of my fingers. Just kind of get some circulation up there. Also use that to clean any residual adhesive, which as you guys could tell, it came right off on the unit. So we don't have to worry about that part. All right. I'm gonna throw this away. I'm also gonna get some color for her hair. Let's see here. That's crazy because now I have a clear view of what they see. I just feel odd. I just feel odd looking at it every second. All right, let's see here. 2 RG. All right, that's it. Where's my... All right, so we're gonna go ahead and shampoo her.
There were people in my office who, you know, had met for the first time and, you know, new people who were newly hired, and some of my coworkers were like, "Can you believe she's a grandma?"
Really?
I'm just like,
why you gotta put it out there like that?
But I actually didn't mind. I was enjoying it.
It's a compliment, but geez, don't put it out there like that.
I'm like, yeah, I'm a grandma.
They're basically telling you that you're hot. You're a hot grandma.
I was like, yes, this is the life. I love it.
I'll take the compliments. Thank you.
I will take it.
All right, you guys, so I'm just using a comb to make sure that I comb off any residual adhesive between her hair and the line of attachment for her unit. gonna do one more normalizer, and then I'm gonna add a little bit of B7 shampoo to my normalizer. Just a small amount, not too much. Okay. Where are you located? I have a lot of hair loss. I'm in Florida. Thank you, Grace.
I was gonna say too, the grays at my temples. I remember I talked to you about that on the phone before I had my first appointment, but I can honestly say they didn't really start showing up until maybe about a week and a half.
Oh wow, that's good. But to be honest, when I was doing your cut, right? Your color under the unit on the sides preserved more than the color in the back of your head. So you still had a ton of like red on your sides.
On the sides.
And it looked like you had like you could barely tell that you had gray there.
Okay.
Because there was still so much red, and I'm assuming because the unit, we had put some of the hair down there, so it kind of protected the area.
Yep, you did.
Versus your back, where your back looked like we didn't color you at all.
Right.
Like we had never touched your hair. Her back looked like we had never touched her hair with color. Like I have not seen a trace of color back there. I think you did great. I'm gonna be honest. Like I feel like this really worked for you. Like you did really well with the care, especially for your first time, because that's usually the hardest one, trying to get used to the fact that you have something there.
Yeah.
So you did really well.
Thank you.
I would say I'm proud of you, but she's grandma, y'all. I ain't gonna say that.
Everybody can use a little of that.
Definitely. All right, sit up for me. If you want to use the towel to clean out your ear, you can. So we are going to apply her color. She does still have some residual adhesive just kind of hanging on to her hair. So I'm just going to get a smaller tooth comb to comb that off.
Are you all ready for Christmas?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, me too. I'm done.
Holidays just don't feel the same. I don't know. Maybe because you get older or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's just because the world stopped for so long. I don't know. It's like everything is just come and go. Like the year literally just started a week ago. So that's even the next piece.
Right. Right.
That's how fast time has gone. That's where I feel like we were just celebrating New Year's.
Yeah, this was a quick year.
All right, so I combed off any adhesive that she had there. We are actually still using a rinse for her color. I'm not gonna put any color up here. Instead, I'm actually going to put some super growth serum up there now because I do still have to start the process of prepping her hair and scalp for the unit. So I'm gonna apply the super growth serum now so that it gets time to absorb. After I apply her color, so it'll basically just sit up there for a little while. And then the color that I'm using is 2RV. This is also from the Clairol Advanced Great Solutions collection, which I don't get paid to tell you guys that, you guys. So just know that I'm telling you something that I've been using and I actually use without even saying anything. Like this has been a color that I've been using for years. Chin down for me, mama. And I just decided to share it because it's like, okay, what am I holding on to it for? It's in the store. You can buy it. But it's a really good color for gray coverage. And I have a lot of clients who are mature, so you want to make sure that you're using something that is actually going to cover the gray, because that's probably one of the biggest parts. So her unit is a burgundy color. So that's why we're coloring her hair with a tint of the burgundy. Her salt colored hair is going to absorb, of course, and turn more like a red. And then her darker hair will have just a nice hue of the color. And then I'm going to use the same color to refresh her unit. So you guys will get to see that as well while she processes. Turn this side. All right, so I'm just going to use my comb and just comb through her hair to make sure that every strand has color. And I'm going to oversaturate the pieces or the strands that are in the front because those are her resistant strands. So you just want to make sure that they're all covered really well. And when I say oversaturate, meaning I use my brush and I press the hair into the color. So it's like a nice glob of color in the front because I know that those strands are more like wire. All right, so she's gonna sit with that for a second. Let me take this call. Alexa, set timer for 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
There's so many comments. Oh yeah, no.
I know y'all. I'm so sorry for everybody.
Well, no, but I was trying to look and see if I could read it, but my vision's not that great.
Yeah, it's okay. Sorry, you guys. I had to take a call, so I know you guys were just kind of watching her process, and it looked like bugs are flying, but I think it's dust. Wow, that really picks up all of that.
Oh,
that's intense.
That's a good screen.
Yeah, it's actually it's just dust floating, and it looks like one of those little flies.
Yeah, I can see it on the TV.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm just enjoying the air on my scalp.
Okay. Get as much air.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I have it for a while, so it's nice.
Sit right there for me. I'm gonna wash your unit. All right, you guys. I'm back. Okay. Of course, my phone will want to ring, and I'm not in the vicinity to. All right, so I am going to wash her unit and then color it. And when I say color it, you guys, I'm just going to refresh the color. That's it. Okay, so we're not doing a full-on transformation color. Like, we're not doing that. We're just coloring it to, bring back the vibrancy in it. And I'm using the same color that I applied to her hair. But before I do that, I want to just make sure that I detangle the unit, just like I tell you guys to do with your hair. No different. Okay. So we're going to detangle the unit first, and then I'm going to do a light shampoo. Remember, even though this is premium human hair, that's not really a thing, but okay, premium human hair, I'm still going to treat it as a very fragile style of human hair, okay? So follow me when I say that. I'm not going to be rough with it like if I'm washing my client. I am just going to be nice and gentle. I'm using cool water, not warm water. Okay, so cool water, and I'm still keeping it in the direction of the way the hair flows. Okay, and I'm going to give it one quick shampoo, and I'm actually going to use the Clarify. So we're going to use Elite Clarify, a small amount, okay, just like that. And the reason why you don't want to shampoo the unit too much is, remember, it is artificial no matter if it's human or not. This is not hair that grows. This is not hair that gets lubricated and moisturized from your body's natural oils. This is not that. This is what we're going to call synthetic hair. Even though it's human, it's synthetic, meaning it does not grow out of a scalp. It is not connected to sebaceous glands. It's not connected to anything. There's no blood flow. Okay? So I'm just going to give it a nice shampoo. Comb through it, keep it nice and detangled, okay? The straight units are a lot easier, of course, to wash because they are nice and silky. And then I see a little tangle here, so I'm just gonna take that out, okay? And then make sure that the lace is clean, which it is. Remember, this is going back on my client's head, so I do wanna make sure that my lace is nice and clean. Okay, and then we're gonna rinse it again with cool water. So you want to make sure you get all of the soap out of the unit. Very important. Okay, if you leave soap in the unit, it's going to be nice and crispy and it's going to start to shed. These are hand-tied knots, so you do want to make sure that you're gentle. That is also why it looks so natural when it's on the head, because the knots are hand-tied. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a glove, and I am actually going to color the unit with the residual color or the leftover color from when I was coloring her hair. So the color is exactly the same. Of course, the unit is going to be a lot more vibrant than her hair because the unit already has color in it. Okay, so I'm just going to apply the color like that. Now with the unit itself, we're not doing a high lift color or anything. So it can literally process for like 10 minutes and that'll actually be fine. I'm really just refreshing the color, making it nice and vibrant. That's it. So I'm not starting from scratch. And then this will make sure that it blends really well with her hair because I use the same color. How do China people get my number? I think that's so odd. All right, so I'm just using my wide tooth comb, combing the color through. Okay, so just like that. And then we're just gonna let it sit. I'll actually let it sit in the bowl. So it's just gonna sit and process just like that. Nothing too crazy. Alexa, how much time is left?
You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on your 25-minute
Cool. So once I rinse her, I'm gonna rinse the unit. Because I'm really just doing a refresher, as I said before. So I'm not trying to change the color of the unit. I'm not trying to do anything of that sort. I'm just refreshing the color. That's all. All right, so let's put these back. And then these I'm gonna put back. I wonder if my phone said it was about to die at all. Nope. Good. All right, so I'll turn you guys this way. Yes, better to see you guys with on the TV. You're right. And you guys don't judge me with my own hair, okay? Good. Thank you. My hair doesn't matter today. All right, cool. I know I missed something because I see y'all in there just going ham on someone about something. I'm not even asking what. I'm not even going to get involved. I'm just going to leave it alone.
Just looking at some of the comments.
Yeah, somebody said something. I don't know. People always come on there to say something stupid. So I'm just going to leave it there. They got it. Whoever it was already got blocked, so I didn't get to see it. My moderators, they're like, quick. They'll cut you off real quick. They'll cut you off real fast.
What do you recommend as far as like if I were to start, taking up like exercise, exercise classes, as far as like the sweating? Is there something you would say I should do?
There's really nothing you can do because we're at the mercy of the adhesive. this style service that you have
Mm-hmm.
is not the most workout friendly.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Because no, don't come back yet. I'm just gonna apply some serum to your scalp.
Okay.
It's not the most workout friendly,
Mm-hmm.
mainly because of the adhesive. So even though we use it, we use an active. They call it active, so it's supposed to bind and stay in the midst of perspiration, but there is no adhesive that is perspiration proof.
Right.
If it is, then it probably shouldn't be used.
Gotcha.
Because that means that there is something in there that allows it to not come off with sweat.
Gotcha.
And as human beings, there's nothing on this planet with hair that should be able to do it.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. That's good to know.
So you guys, for her last 4 minutes, I applied some super growth serum to kind of aid the follicles that she does have up there. You want to make sure that you still take care of those follicles even though you're covering them up. And then I'm using the growth stimulator tool to help it absorb. For those of you that don't know, Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. For those of you that don't know, the growth stimulator tool allows the serum to absorb about 20 times faster than it would if you were to just put it there and massage it in. It has some very small micro needles on there. They don't hurt. Do you feel like I'm poking you?
No.
Or it just feels like I'm like just kind of rubbing your scalp?
Mm-hmm.
But it has some really small micro needles. They are not to penetrate. They're just literally at the skin surface. And it allows the serum to absorb better by opening up those follicles. And it also helps to reduce the inflammation, which is also great. Stimulate that blood flow. So how you guys see me using it, I'm going in all different directions, okay? Some people say, oh, just go with the grain of the hair. No, you really want to do like if you were scratching the scalp. Go in different directions so that you can ensure that you are literally allowing that product to absorb everywhere and not just with the growth pattern. Okay, I put a lot on her scalp on purpose. But if you're just doing this at home on a regular basis, you don't have to use so much. I did that much because number one, I'm doing a very large area. Number two, I plan on washing or rinsing it off because I don't have a choice. I have to rinse it. But I want to make sure that it absorbs really well first, all over this area. So it's not just the follicles that she has that's alive, but there could be some stagnated follicles. So that's another reason why I'm using it. Plus, I still want to make sure that I'm taking care of the follicles that are still actually there, which she has a ton actually. If you guys can't see them, she has a lot. And then her open space is like right here. And then it's thinning as well, but her follicles are also coarse. So she's coarse textured. I can literally count the strands. Like I can count, that's how big they are. I can count them, but she has a good amount in each area. It's just not enough to cover this whole area. Did I say that right? I said that right.
You did.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and wash off my scalp stimulator. Now with the scalp stimulator, whenever you use it, you definitely want to rinse it. And then you want to spray it with some alcohol or even sanitizing spray and allow it to air dry. That keeps it nice and clean. And because I use mine more often than others, I spray mine with sanitizing spray that is actually made with 91% alcohol on purpose, so that I can remove any form of germs or whatever you want to call them from that. Actually, sit up for me. 1 second. All right, come on back. So we're going to go ahead and rinse her off. Okay. So her color is over, or it's processed. All right, so I'm gonna use a little bit of B7 conditioner just to hydrate and soften her hair. I'm not gonna apply any conditioner to the crown area. And then we'll use cool water to rinse that area as well. All right. Set up for me. All right, sit all the way up. You can, if you want to just move that stuff there, and you sit in my chair. Yes, ma'am. All right, I'm gonna rinse off her unit. Cool water again. Very important. So this is gonna go under the dryer to dry. And then I'm going to use just a little bit of, it's kind of a lot actually, a little bit of Moist Me 24 karat mask to rehydrate the hair. Okay, detangle again, just like you do your own hair. So we're going to detangle it. And then rinse. So I'm not going to disturb it. I'm just going to use the water and allow it to just kind of run through as I push out the conditioner. That's also a reason why I wanted to use a lightweight conditioner. Very important that you don't leave any product behind. Okay, and then I'm just gonna comb through it again. You wanna make sure that the hairs are laying nice and flat. Okay, and then we're gonna set it in the dryer, lace side down. All right. So let's go ahead and go over to my chair. So we're gonna start the preparation of her scalp and her hair. All right, so first things first, I'm gonna go ahead and complete the haircut portion with her hair. Chin up. Remember, she'll still have to go under the dryer with a mold So I just want to make sure that her cut is done. Okay, so for her crown area, I'm gonna go ahead and shave down her hairs up here. This area does have to be basically bald, because when the adhesive goes on, once the hair starts to grow, she can tell you what happens. Once your hair starts to grow in, what happens with the adhesive?
You can kind of feel it, just kind of dislodging.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So because the hair is growing, the adhesive cannot stop your hair from growing. So your hair is going to do what it's supposed to do and say, hey, there's something right there. And then your hair starts to push out the adhesive. And now the unit is no longer connected to your head in the areas where the hair grows, because it feels like you just have a big fuzz there. It feels like something is just pushing it away. And you can literally like press it. You know that there's like a gap in between. Now, that doesn't mean that her unit is going to fly off her head. I like to say the Donald Trump way. We're not doing that. But you still know that it's time, because once your hair starts to grow out, you have to shave that hair back down. So the reason why we shave the client's area, regardless if it's alive or not, is because we want the adhesive to actually adhere to the area. We don't want to run the risk of damaging or pulling out any of her live follicles. So that is also the reason why we shave it off and make it as smooth as we can. And no, you cannot wax the area, because remember, waxing kills the follicle. So that's the reason why we use a clipper or a trimmer to shave, because we don't want to actually remove the follicle. We just want to keep it low. All right. Thank you guys for answering those questions for me. So first thing I'm going to do is clean the area with some alcohol. Now at this point of the service, the adhesive needs to be able to bind to the area. So you have to dry that area out, remove any excess oils that your body actually produces. So I like to start with my towel with a little bit of alcohol on it, and then I'll go through and just clean the area, and then I will not use the towel again because I don't want any fibers in there. I will actually start to use paper from here. So I give it a really good clean with the towel first. Like anywhere I see any excess color, whatever. I don't want anything to, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, it's on my tongue. I can't think of it. I don't want anything to get in the way. Couldn't think of the word I was thinking of. I knew what I wanted to say, but yeah, I don't want anything to get in the way. Interfere. There we go. I don't want anything to interfere with the adhesive binding with the area so that she gets longevity with her service. I couldn't get it out. All right, so I let that first layer of alcohol dry, and then I'm going to apply another layer of alcohol. This time I'm going to pat it. Make sure that it really gets on and dries thoroughly. All right. So while that dries, let me get my spatula. So this is the part of the process that takes the longest, which is the adhesive. So we just keep track of how many layers we do. We'll usually say, okay, this is number 1, this is number 2. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put some protectant on her scalp. All right, so we're gonna let that dry for a second. Good morning, love your work and love to learn. Thank you. I'm looking for something like hair growth. Can't make it to Orlando, send Christmas cheer book. Grace, like you are literally my advertiser, so you go right on ahead. Good morning, Miss A. Hi, June, Tanetta. Good morning to all my YouTube members. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with our first layer of adhesive. So you're going to just notate this is number 1.
Number 1, yep.
are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Let's have a seat at the shampoo bowl.
This one?
Yes, please. All right, so this is layer number 1. Only 5 to 6 more to go. Carlene, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you're getting a silk press with the works.
Huh?
Getting a silk press with the works?
I don't really care about the silk press, but it's more like, the trim and cut I'm interested in.
So you have to do a press for
I
me
know, I
to
know,
trim
I
and
know.
cut you. So on either end.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily want it like bone straight, right?
So for me, if I'm doing any form of cutting, it's gonna be bone straight. So I don't skip on that part because I do that before I even cut you.
Okay.
So you have to be straight for me in regards to my services, because if I don't have you straight, then technically I'm not giving you a trim. I'm giving you like a diva cut. Yes. Have you had your hair straightened before?
Blow dry.
Okay. All right. Well, today's gonna be a little different for you then. So I'm gonna go ahead and have you remove your glasses for me. If you want to take off your coat, you can as well. I'll put it here in the chair for you. You'll be sitting there. Put these there. Just remember they're on your jacket.
Okay.
All right. So we are doing a silk press with the works. And then a trim. I'm assuming you have not had one in a long time.
Actually, somebody just cut my hair like probably in October. So.
They cut your hair in October? Did they cut it like how it is now?
It was more like a dry cut.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so we're going to detangle her first just to make sure that her ends don't tangle in the bowl. You wear your hair in a fro mostly?
I pretty much do like 2-strand trays.
Okay.
Or when it used to be longer, because it used to be shoulder length,
Mm-hmm.
I used to put it in a bun.
Okay. All right. You have beautiful hair.
Thank you.
Very pretty. All right, so the reason why we're detangling her before we start is her hair is, I can tell, her hair is used to being twisted. So if you go to shampoo hair and not detangle it and kind of disrupt the fact that it is aware of what you've been doing on a regular basis, it's going to do exactly what you taught it. So for me, detangling is extremely important before you do any form of wash and deep condition, or you're going to have a nice tangled situation. And then detangling is not going to be fun. So save yourself the time. Give yourself that little 2 to 3 minute detangle at the beginning. And you'll see how different it is towards the end. And it really is more, say, the ends that you have to worry about the most. So how did you find me?
How did I find you?
Mm-hmm.
YouTube.
Okay. All right. All right. Slide on back for me. So you're going to slide down. There you go. So she feels as though she has some oils in her hair. Or maybe even, it could be leave-in conditioner. It could be anything. Leave-in conditioner?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply a little bit of shampoo to her hair before I wet it. Okay, and I'm really just going to apply it just so that I can start to extract any of those excess oils or emollients from the products that are in her hair to make sure that her hair is nice and soft and not oily when we go to press her. So I'm using the Elite Clarify for this part. so I just wet her down slightly with some cool water. I'm not using any warm water yet. So the water's gonna be cool for this rinse, okay? And then we'll warm it up. Just to get the oil out. So I'm rinsing her with cool water. Now just so you guys understand when to use the cool water, if you're trying to extract excess oil using the clarifying shampoo or any shampoo, the cool water is going to help to extract the oil because it helps to solidify oils rather than melt them. Warm water melts oil. Okay, so for our first shampoo, since we are trying to extract excess oils, I'm just using the cool water. Now, had I not needed to extract any excess oils, then I will go in with warm water. Alright, so for our next shampoo, we're going to do some moist repair. The reason why I'm using the moist repair, medium/coarse textured hair. So I know that she used more, say, probably low porosity as well. So we're definitely going to do some moisturizing today for her deep conditioner. Can you tell, you can tell that it's soothing. She looks so relaxed. I don't know, let's ask her. Is it soothing? Are you relaxed?
Yeah.
Are you itchy or are you okay?
Not really, but yeah, can't scrub my
I
scalp.
got you. Should take the scrub. And the scrub also helps to get that blood flowing, so you start feeling the chills and everything, like, ooh. Come back.
It feels good.
So what I'm doing is just using the comb to make sure that her ends stay nice and detangled. Now I'm not detangling her, so if you use your wide tooth, you're just kind of using it like I'd say like a rake, but you're just really being gentle with the ends, just so you can start the detangle process and you don't have to worry about tangling later on. So you don't need to go all the way to the roots. The tangling always happens on the ends. All right, so we're going to use some warm water to rinse her. I'm not sure. Super early, so I'm leaving more now. The green one. Okay, so we're going to use the Moist Repair for her deep conditioner. So I'm using that amount for this amount of hair. So I'm going to show you guys how this works. When you're putting on your deep conditioner, most of you make the mistake of going to the scalp first, as though your scalp needs the deep conditioning, when it's really the hair. Okay, so you're going to apply your conditioner to the hair first. And that was more than enough. So for those of you that like to put a whole glob and your moisture mask or whatever mask you're using only lasts through 2 wash days, you know why. That's you, huh? Yeah, no. That's not how it works, people. Okay? It needs to be on the hair. Okay? So I use more than enough and I'm pulling it through. When you're pulling it, you're stretching the hair out so that the conditioner actually gets through to the hair and then it works its way to the scalp. Look, I'm not missing anywhere. Everybody has conditioner on it and I use like that much. All right, sit up for me. So because I know her texture of hair and what it likes to do, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to rope twist her before I put her under the dryer with the processing cap. The reason for that is if you leave the hair wild, it's going to do what it normally does. So I'm going to tell the hair what I need it to do. You got to tell your hair how to work. Okay? So from here, I'm putting tension and I'm just detangling her ends all at the same time. The nape and the crown is usually where it tangles the most. You know why? Because your nape rubs against your jacket, it rubs against your neck. And it is the one area that you don't mess with the most because we always look at it like, oh, this is just the kitchen. No. It's very important because when you don't have any, you really wish you did. Okay, so we're just detangling her now and getting her prepared so that later her detangling won't be so complicated. Okay, so when I detangle her, I rope twist her. Hey, how are you? How's it going?
Oh, that's great. I guess that's good. I'm in here.
All right.
How's everybody?
Good.
How are you?
Just have a seat at the last chair.
Oh, nice. Thank you. I've been circling the parking lot for 45 minutes. Oh, wow. No parking or just? No, lost. Oh, yeah.
I put right by T-Mobile on purpose.
Girl, that don't help somebody. When I get on I-4 East, I think, that's when it makes me like keep turning around. I think North Keller Road and Lucian,
Oh, wow.
keep making me turn around until I say, get back on I-4 East.
Alright, so I'm gonna do the side now. Hmm?
Struggling with my hair.
Who struck you?
No, I'm saying like other people.
Oh, this isn't a struggle for me.
They struggle with my hair.
I think it's more because it's still growing too, so it's short, and then your texture doesn't really help either. It makes it more complicated because it's super dense.
Right.
So you have a lot. It feels like you have a lot going on. But when you tackle it in stages like this, like how you see me going in stages, you see how easy it gets. All right. So I can always tell where the tangle problem is, and it's right at her ends. So that's the reason why you guys see as I get to the ends, I get a smaller tooth comb and just detangle the ends again so that they will be nice and smooth, because that is where all the tangling happens.
That's how I do.
Just like that. So I'm going to leave that part. I'm just going to do the front here since it's the easiest place. Why is your front the easiest? Because that's the part that you focus on more than anywhere else. Your top, your crown, and your sides. You don't care about anything else. Back there can be super tangled and you'd never know. And we got this side over here, which is the last one. I'm just going to turn just a little bit. All right, so she's gonna go under the dryer with a processing cap, with her hair twisted. Based on the density of her hair, we're gonna use about 20 minutes rather than 15. And then this is what came out which is actually really good. Not bad. Oh, that's pretty good. So that's how you know you detangled well. Minimal. Minimal.
Is that also an indication that her hair is healthier?
Not
There wasn't a
necessarily.
lot of shedding?
You know, because you can have a lot of shedding and your hair still be very healthy. It could have been braided up. It could be a ton of different things that you've done to it and it just didn't get a chance to shed. I mean, even with me saying, oh, that means that you detangled well. You can still detangle well and you just got a lot of shedding. So probably shouldn't have said that either because people will start freaking out. I had a big bundle of hair come out. No, that's not how it works. So I take back that first statement.
My hair shed a lot if I don't wash it like every week. Then it will shed a lot more.
So I'm going to bring you guys over here. Ooh, hot. Layer 2. So we're going to apply layer number 2.
What's the difference between the white and the dark serum?
What's the difference between the white and the dark?
Yeah.
Dark what?
Protected.
This isn't protective. This is adhesive. The other one, the protectant, you're talking about the silicone, it's just color. It's just based on the color because not everybody has dark hair. And not everybody has, like if I'm going to apply tracks that are blonde, I'm not going to use the dark. I'll use clear because I want it to be translucent so that it matches your scalp. Or if I'm doing like a Caucasian person, I can't use the black. It's going to show black. Alright, making sure that my layer is nice and thin so that it dries evenly or cures evenly. Alright. So I'm going to have you sit here for me.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, you can sit in my chair. I can actually take this off. So you can breathe. This way. All right, so we are doing an alopecia service on my client here. Let me see it here. See what you got. You gonna do a short style? Yeah. Short style, all right. Let me see what color you got here. A 1B, so you're coloring your hair?
So whatever goes with it.
Okay. So we're gonna do an alopecia service on my client here. I'll put this in the chair. So we're doing a pixie. It's gonna be New Year's ready. Christmas, New Year's, everything. So I'm not gonna cut her yet, mainly because I want to see everything, how it stretches, where everything goes, and then I will cut her down. Chin down for me. So I'm going to apply her relaxer with my hands, mainly because I need speed and because I know she's coming from natural. So I want to make sure that I really get that relaxer on and I get it on fast. So it gives more time to process. Hold your relaxer. Just hold, there you go. Oh, you know, it's up to you. You can. No, take it off. So how did you find it? How did you find it?
Here?
Mm-hmm.
Here.
No. How did you find out about me, period?
Oh,
I know it wasn't the GPS for that.
On YouTube, I go there a lot.
All right.
I started watching in 2018.
Okay, well, and that's when I first started doing it for hair.
And I just followed you and watched, and start using the product.
Very nice.
But I was having trouble trying to find somebody that know what they do.
Right.
Snatched it out twice. I'm like, by the time I get it to grow, they break it back off.
Yep, that's true too.
It's so dry, it's hard to keep it moisturized.
Because it's gray. Just have coarse gray. That's the reason why it's so dry. This kind of comes with the territory of being gray. It has its own life. It's a person.
What about the black part?
Well, the gray is going to always give it more dry because it's mixed. It's like salt and pepper.
Okay,
But
the gray
then
is dominant.
If you already are coarse textured at the same time, it's just going to be everything all together. Chin down for me. So I'm just using my comb to stretch her hair out. I'm making sure that I'm not aggravating her scalp as I'm doing it because I need her hair to lay nice and smooth. And then we'll be coloring her kind of like a dark brown to match the extensions that she brought. And I didn't put any in her crown area because I'm going to cover it up. There's no purpose of me relaxing that area. Leave it nice and strong. Get something to clean her ear off. shampoo bowl for me? Don't put your straps back on because it's going to get into relaxing. Yeah, you just clean your ears off. Okay.
Someone asked if excessive shedding means you need protein.
Excessive shedding doesn't mean you need protein. It could be a possibility. I would start with protein if you have excessive shedding. Now, protein is not going to be an all-hell fix on the first one. It's something that over time, it helps. It's more like a Band-Aid and the area still has to heal. Okay. Just gonna drop this in the garbage can. Feel okay? Tingle? As long as it's not burning. I'm not saying tingle is okay, but we don't want you burning. I'll be right back. Let's take it downstairs to the garbage. and rinse her. So I'm going to put her conditioner on, which it will sit on for a couple minutes. And then after we condition her, we'll normalize her, and then we will apply her color. And then start the process of protectants and all that good stuff. What number is this? 3? All right, number 3. So they have to dry 100% clear before I can move on to the next layer. For hers, she gets anywhere between 6 and 7. No, not necessarily. I mean, I usually stop at 6.
Okay, so that's a standard.
Yeah, for the most part. It's a little bit different from the weaving service because this is for hair replacement, so it lasts a lot longer.
It's very light for there to be somewhere else.
That's good.
It
You don't
doesn't
want
feel
it to be
heavy at
heavy.
all.
Yeah,
No.
you don't want it to be heavy either because then it's just aggravating. It's like you have a weight on your head.
Right.
All right, so that's layer 3. So we're gonna go ahead and rinse her. So now we're gonna do our normalizing or neutralizing. And even though I did not relax the crown, I'm still gonna use the same in the crown area. We'll do one more. So we're gonna apply her color. So we're gonna do a dark brown. So we're gonna allow that to sit for about 25 minutes. Alexa, set timer for 25 minutes.
You get the battery notification every time.
Oh, thank you. Can you sit right here for me? So we're waiting on her. We're waiting on her adhesive to turn clear. So for my client who we did or are doing the silk press to, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward for you. I'm going to rinse her with her twist in, and then I'll remove her twist, detangle her, and twist her again. So we're gonna use cool water to rinse her to close the cuticle. Okay? How I rinse with the twist, I just kind of squeeze them, and then towards the end, I will remove them and give her another rinse, just in case. You want to make sure you don't leave any conditioner behind. A lot of you love to leave conditioner in your hair. That does nothing. It builds up on the cuticle. All right, mama. Alright, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and remove her twist gently. I am not going to go through and rough them up at all.
Doing it just like I normally do it.
Or rinse it with your twist and take them out. Yeah. It's the easiest way. And then we're going to just make sure that we rinse everything out now. All right. So we're gonna towel dry her. Who can tell me why I'm towel drying her first? I ask this question almost every live. So let's see who has been listening. Why am I towel drying her first?
So the hair don't stay dry.
When?
No, that's not why. Mm-mm.
Oh, you're gonna put in that
So I'm applying leave-in conditioner.
Okay, yeah.
So it
Right.
don't water down the product
Yeah,
you want to put in?
Right. I think
Somewhat,
that's right.
so that the hair will absorb and actually coat. Like the leave-in conditioner will coat the hair and not just drain off with all that water.
Oh,
Okay, and then on top of that, I'm gonna spray our H2 Pro thermal blow dry protectant, and then I'm gonna go through and just rope twist her again, which was the way we had her before. I try not to kind of come out of the formation of what we've already done, but at this point you still have to detangle, you guys, so don't skip detangling at this stage, because remember, when you go to blow dry, if that hair is not detangled, you're in a bad spot.
got stories.
Okay. She knows all too well. Because I know her ends want to do what they want to do, I'm just going to use a clip just to keep her ends together.
That's the reason my hair went from here to here.
Mhm.
Because somebody couldn't detangle it.
I know.
Cutting it off.
Easy, yeah.
Especially when I had asked them whether they knew how to do my hair or not. They say yes, but they couldn't do it.
If you're not used to working with natural hair, it can be hard.
But if I ask you though, you should just say you don't know.
That's true. That is true. I'll say I don't know real fast. Okay, so I am rope twisting her in large sections, and then at the end, I'm just using a clip to hold her ends so I don't have a ton of little ropes. And this is also going to allow her, I just need her to air dry. I'm not trying to get her to be dry enough for me to press her. I just need about 60% of that water out of her hair, and then I can blow her out the rest of the way. And because I know her ends want to do what they want to do and how they want to do, that is why I'm using the clip. Okay, so she's gonna go under the dryer. You can keep that towel on. We'll go back to the dryer that we were in. Not ready yet. Thanks for sharing that about your final article. I'm going to do next. I think my phone said it was dying, right? Let's plug her up. This gives me the opportunity to use the restroom. Alexa, how much time is left? I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Did she put you under the dryer before?
No.
You air dry through that process?
Yeah, I haven't been under the dryer. Now, when she did the installment, I did. But since this appointment today, I haven't yet.
I know I've seen the scene where she's done it before.
Yeah. Because I know she said that it does need to be completely dry before she and does the install. So maybe towards the last one, she'll probably put me under the dryer.
See, that was my hair before.
Oh.
Can I see?
Don't that make you mad when you look at that and you know where you're at now and how you got
beautiful,
there?
beautiful. Yeah. And you said someone did it and then...
Yeah, because in January, after COVID, and I was kind of like, I don't want to trim my own hair, so let me just
Get
go
someone to do it, yeah.
let somebody do it. And then I needed a treatment, so I asked for the treatment. But she waited till I get in her chair and tell me she didn't have the specific treatment that I was looking for.
Goodness.
And then since I was there, and I was like,
I'm here
okay, you
already.
can go ahead and wash my hair, blow dry it, and trim it.
Yeah.
It was a nightmare.
Oh.
I even had to like put my hand in and try to detangle my own hair.
Right.
Because she couldn't.
Because she couldn't do it. Wow. That's unfortunate. I mean, Crystal made it look very easy, so.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. So by the time she finished cutting, I was like, I went from here up to here.
Wow.
And I was like, left. I didn't say anything. I just I was like that's it. Then it started growing. Went back to like a natural hair salon, and because she was constantly putting heat in my hair, and I don't like
You
that.
don't like the heat.
So I was
Yeah.
like, forget it, because they didn't know much about hair care.
Right,
They
yeah.
know to wash your hair,
Right.
blow dry it.
But I don't understand it. How do you call yourself out of business or you're trying to, claim that you know what you're doing? And yet still when your clients get in your chair and then if they let you know that there's an issue and you want to get an attitude.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just want their money, and,
Yeah.
and then they don't want to look bad.
Yeah.
Be made to look bad like they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But
And I know the salon I went to this guy, he's been here a long time. But this assistant he had, when she took out my track, she was impatient. So but she had got it all of them out to a certain point on the side. And then when she got there, and she just struggled, and then she just snatched.
Starts snatching them out. And,
I mean, I would have preferred she cut it and snatched. It just.
So then you just let it grow out. And you
Crystal.
just,
That was my hair report.
Oh, go ahead. Let me see. Oh, wow. It was long. That was long.
So how long has it been since you went to that last stylist?
I went to one in October.
Oh, okay.
To just get my hair trimmed.
Just a bit of trim, like,
Yeah, but she a lot more than
then you want it.
but I was fine with her.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get it back to where it was. But I want it to be healthy.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So you might have to get a shop, send a big shop.
I already had one. I don't
All
want
these
another-
people watching you.
I don't want another big shop. I had one already. I'm
Did
okay.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's how I ended up in a suite. I am A-okay. There's no camaraderie anymore. People wanna be business owner when it's convenient.
Right.
Like when you say, hey, could you clean up your station? Or hey, could you not wear this to work? All of a sudden it's, oh, you know, I work for myself and all this good stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then when it's time to say, hey, oh, I don't have enough clients this week and I can't pay my booth rent, now all of a sudden it's a my problem? No. You can't tell the mortgage company that you're an entrepreneur and hey, I can't pay my mortgage because I didn't get any clients this week. That's not how it works.
Right.
That is not how it works.
This way you don't have to worry about yourself, huh?
Yep. Sometimes it's better that way.
Yeah.
This is layer 4.
Yeah, this is 4.
I tried that already. I ain't okay. Even salon suites, they're no better.
Really?
Because everybody thinks they're prepared for a salon suite, and they're not. Because a salon suite is no different from you owning a brick and mortar, like a building.
Right.
And you have to pay your rent, you gotta pay your mortgage, you gotta pay all of that. You just don't have the overhead of you having to or the responsibility of you having to pay your internet bill and your water bill and all that stuff.
Right.
And they come into the salon suites, they think it's super simple, all of that. And then they get here, and the first week it's A-okay because they have their money together. But then week 2 comes, week 3 comes, month 5 comes, and they're like, oh, I don't have enough clients. And then they just move out in the middle of the night. That happens a lot.
Wow.
All right, so that's layer 4. Alexa, how much time is left? Well, my phone sure is on fire, isn't it? Oh, yeah. The salon business is probably one of the biggest revolving doors. Because people get into this industry and they don't look at it like it's a career. They look at it like it's a hobby, it's something that I'm good at doing today.
Right.
And then when it's time now for them to a bill get backed up or something, they'll leave this in a heartbeat and go to a full-time job and leave it high and dry. So that's my reason for not wanting to do it again.
So they don't have the intention of being successful in the first job because they haven't planned it out.
No, they just looked at it.
What money
Yeah, they just looked at it like, oh man, people like me doing hair, great.
Right.
Not oh, this is a business and
Yeah.
I gotta treat it like a business. I have to save. I have to make sure that I have money to buy products.
You have
I
to build
be
your
on time.
brand.
Yeah.
Yep,
You have to
you
build
gotta
your brand,
advertise.
yeah.
You're responsible for you and no one else. They don't think of it that way because everybody looks at a hairstylist as like, oh, I just know how to do hair. It's a hobby. It's not a career choice. I didn't have to go to school and get certified to do this. I didn't have to care about it. It happens.
How do you take providing something that you want.
Mhm.
You know.
Mhm. Absolutely. So, 20 years strong. And people wonder why I say I will not be behind this chair forever. This is 20 years going. Alexa, how much time is left? So what, 9 minutes for her, so I'll probably still end up putting another layer. I'll do number 5, because this one is almost dry. So I didn't mold her back and her sides yet. The reason for that is you don't really want to mold them until you put the unit on and you lay the unit. And then you can go through and mold your sides, mold your back, cut what needs to be cut, because it's a straight style. It's not like my client who has the textured unit where it's just tapering the sides and the back. The straight units actually take a lot more work because you're really trying to do a hairstyle from a blend of her hair and then the prosthetic hair, and then you also have to make sure that the cut is right. You have to make sure that the blending is right. And we're doing a short style, so we have to make sure that that blends as well, where you don't have too much overlapping. So if I do this all, like lay her and mold her, and then I put that on, it's gonna look like Donald Trump with a toupee. Where you can tell the difference between his hair and that hair. I can't wait to see the finished hairstyle. I know they're gonna be fire. Thank you. You should teach classes in hair care. I do, just not in a classroom. You're awesome. I love the knowledge you give. I'm doing here. Thank you, Pack. That's because my Alexa answered. Really? I'm sorry, I forgot. Alexa doesn't care who says it as long as you say Alexa. You're really good at what you do. Thank you. Thanks, Dolores. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys something. I cannot apply her next layer of adhesive until all of this is clear. So if it's not clear, and then I go and apply adhesive on top of it, now this layer still has to dry under a layer that hasn't even began drying. And then that interferes with the process of the adhesive curing the right way. So that is why you see me kind of standing around, just kind of allowing it to progress on its own. I'm not using a blow dryer. I'm not rushing the process. It's more to just let it do its thing. This is layer number 4. So then we'll apply number 5 and then number 6. And then for number 7, I really just apply number 7 right in the front and around the perimeter, because that is where the security typically starts to, or the adhesive starts to lift from just combing it and sweating. Like, it doesn't really do much in the crown area other than when her hair grows out. So my 7th layer is going to be around the perimeter mostly. No, Crystal, please. No Trump. No, she won't have a Trump. I promise. I promise you will not have a Trump. I love to use that answer because we all know that if a good breeze blows,
Yeah.
that baby is like, whew. Merry Christmas, Grace and Crystal, to all your staff. Thank you. I love the fact that I can actually see the words on this TV. That's actually really nice.
It's very clear.
Mm-hmm.
You did master that.
Grace, you said you sent me a message. Where's my phone? I don't even know.
You plugged it up?
No, my other phone.
Oh,
I got it. I got it. Hold on, Grace. Let me check. Folks on live want to know if you still offer classes for alopecia service. Yes, I still offer the alopecia weaving service class. It's more like you just have to inquire. Price-wise, that class is $6.99. Is that cream you put on her hair? Wait, let me make sure I read that. Is that cream you're putting on her hair, does that grow her hair out? No, that is adhesive. Her hair grows out on its own. This is adhesive so that the prosthetic can adhere to her head. And no, it does not grow the hair. Kimberly, what adhesive am I using? Oh, you might have to take a class for that one, my love. I can't give it all to you. I already give you guys $2,000 worth of class education from me just doing this service on live. So technically, I give you guys all the secrets without giving you guys all the secrets. I've seen Crystal do this client and she does an excellent job. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, for me to learn how to do prosthetics, it cost me $2,000, you guys. In one sitting, not a payment plan, one sitting. Thank you. Absolutely. For this one, definitely. There's some tricks to the trade for this, for you to be able to get the prosthetic, all of those vendors, resources, other pro tips. Some things you hear me talk about, some things I don't talk about. I just moved to Claremont from New Jersey. Why does everyone come here and then go to Claremont or Kissimmee? Y'all probably just don't know that that is like way out there. And that is why they target you guys to go way out there. There's nothing out there. You're in the middle of nothing. That's why the real estate is nice and high. But coming from upstate or the northern states, it sounds extremely low. But you're extremely far from everything. By the time you get here, that house that you purchased or you rented in that area, I give you a year or two, and then you start looking for a home in Orlando somewhere. You are not going to want to stay out there unless you're used to the city life. Love your information. Very motivational watching you. Hairstylists ain't giving away all their secrets. Nope, Pack, you're right. Thank you, Problematic Nails. Your hands are blessed, Crystal. I love your spirit. Thank you, Sonia. All right, so I see this, tilt back for me. This little area might have a little too much adhesive, so I'm gonna stretch it out so that it will dry. That's how you get it to dry. Stretch it out. You can't wipe it off. But when you notice that it's not drying the way it should, then you just kind of smooth it out a little bit more. All right. I'm gonna put on.
Not ready for the cold weather that's coming.
I think we've already gotten it, didn't we?
It's supposed to be low.
Yeah, it's supposed to be out. I'm from Valdosta, and it's supposed to be in the 19 or 20 there. So it's probably going to drop to about 30, maybe 35.
For Christmas.
Oh, that'll be the first cold Christmas we've ever had. I still have pictures of me in tank tops and shorts on my bicycle that I got for Christmas right here in the same city of Orlando.
Oh yeah, it be like that out there. But I think y'all done set up a record this time.
That's what they're saying.
It's supposed to sit real low, all the way down to the sky.
I'll take this over Ohio cold and snow.
Yeah, well, when you're used to that, yeah.
All right, you guys, so I'm just smoothing out my adhesive. I'm not applying any more. I'm just gonna use what I have and move it around. I didn't really cover the area that was curing. Consider the shampoo. Alexa, stop. All right, so I'm gonna rinse her. I will have you sit here for me. Okay.
You know, you usually use cold water in certain situations.
Mhm.
I kind of like it. Like, when do you or when
When
don't?
you're rinsing semi-permanent color and then you're rinsing conditioner, except for protein.
Those are the times that you use the cold water.
Mhm. Unless I'm doing like extracting oil. If your hair's super oily, then I use cold water. I'm gonna come and sit in my chair. All right, so we are going to cut her, get her prepared. Let's see. There again. Hold on a second, you guys. Trying to find the address, which thought I had it here. So. So we're gonna cut her down. So the only part that I'm not incorporating in the style is everything that I left natural up here in the crown, and then everything around it I'm gonna incorporate. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and cut her. Oh, you guys can like barely see. There we go. Chin down for me. So for the nape area, you want it to be nice and tapered, nice and short. That's easier to manage than if you were to leave it long, and then the client has to learn how to curl that area and maintain it. And with short styles, it's not that simple. So I like to keep it as short as possible, not too short, but short enough that the client doesn't really have to worry about messing with that area. All they have to do is put their scarf on. Alright, so let's start the process of covering her crown. Do you perspire out?
No, not really.
Okay. Alright, so we're gonna put some super growth serum up here first. I'll start by rubbing it in, and then I'll use the stimulation tool. Remember, we're gonna let the crown dry. Okay. So we're gonna go to the dryer. Let me take this part off. You can take this off as well. Okay. Can we go to the dryer where you were sitting? I'm gonna put your last layer on. You can stay where you are. Okay. You can sit in the chair. You can put your stuff in. Oh, no. Sorry. I just
That's
want to
fine.
put yours. All right, I'm gonna put another layer on my client. This is layer number 6. Home stretch. You'd be surprised. I have regular clients. They want to wait until the last minute. Oh, I went to go to the appointment for next Thursday, but I haven't seen anything. No, really? Okay. Well, I guess there's one. So this one, I'm just gonna put one on the take the top. Alright, so we're gonna blow dry her. So we'll just do section by section. So her roots are dry, so it's really more the end. I see that there's over 500 people on here, but I only see 131 thumbs up. So I need everybody to close your chat. If you haven't already hit the thumbs up button, close your chat and please hit that thumbs up button. We need to get to at least 400 thumbs up. Thank you to everybody who is going and hitting the thumbs up for me. It's free, it costs you nothing. Good grace, you need to stop shopping. Oh my gosh. So we still need 13 more thumbs up before you guys can ask any questions, before I'll answer any questions. I need everybody to go and hit that thumbs up button. Alright, so I'm applying some Frizz Tamer and Shine Serum to her hair. We still need 5 more thumbs up before I can answer any questions. For something that's free, it shouldn't really take that much.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you to everybody who hit the thumbs up button. Some of you guys are just lurking in the waters. Sit down for me. Y'all lurking for other reasons. I don't know why. All right. So let's talk a little bit. When she initially came in, we talked about her getting a trim. And I asked her when was the last time she had a trim, and she said she actually just got one in October. But the person that did the trim just blow dried her and then trimmed her. Now, this is also one of the main reasons why when I tell people that they're going to get a trim and that I have to silk my client out straight before I would do the trim, this is why. Her ends, I can clearly tell that the person could not see the line between the ends that needed to be trimmed and the ends that were perfectly fine. Know why? Because her ends look like they still are not trimmed enough. And that is what happens when you trim hair in its natural texture, just like what they did, because you can never elongate the hair enough to give an even trim and to see exactly what is split and what is not. Hence the reason why I do not trim hair when it's in texture. Hence the reason why I don't allow clients to come with their hair already straight and then I'm just trimming them on dirty hair. This is also the reason why I tell people whenever you are getting a trim, it needs to be done on bone straight hair or it is not a true trim. Because now she has a full line, and every time I get to her ends, I can tell that those ends have been split and they were split even at that point. But you can't see it when the hair looks like this. You're going based off of what you see kind of rolled up. You're not really going based off of what is actually split, because if the hair is straight, it's going to reveal the split end. Okay, so we are silking her out to give her a proper trim to kind of just take over what was not trimmed that should have been trimmed. And then going forward, she's going to just maintain her trim schedule, because getting one trim a year is not an all hell fix. If you wait till the end of the year or the beginning of the year to get your trim done and you only do your trim once a year, your trim becomes a haircut because you haven't trimmed on schedule and your split ends have taken over. And there's really nothing you can do to prevent split ends. You can get split ends from just standing outside in the sun. Okay, the hair is made to split. That is why trimming on schedule is so important. So with that being said, trimming on schedule, what is one of the calendars that I use for a natural hair trim? Tell me, what is the time frame for a natural hair trim? And I use different.
8 weeks.
Nope, not 8 weeks. Mm-mm. Nope, not even 6 to 8. That's for relaxed hair.
Oh.
That's for relaxed hair. I need natural hair trim schedule, please.
12 weeks.
How many?
12.
You're close. There's a range. It's not just a number. It's not just one solid number.
I think you said 8 to 12.
8 to 12. Okay.
That's what I heard.
8 to 12. You're getting warmer. Okay. I see everybody saying it. So if you said every quarter, that is good. Every quarter is one way. Okay. Every quarter. What is another way that I say your trim schedule? So I do say every quarter. And if you don't understand what every quarter is, maybe you're in business. And when you're in business, you'll understand this next term that I always use. Following what? That's for relaxed hair, yes.
Okay.
But for natural hair, I always use another phrase. Financial quarter. Thank you, Valerie. If you speak dollars and cents and you don't remember anything else, remember your trim follows the financial quarters. In the financial quarters, there's 4 in every year. So even if you're not an entrepreneur, if you work for a company that has bills to pay and they have a fiscal year, then you know that your financial quarter matters. What does this person want? Can you send one of the girls to the door? Their food is there. This lady, I don't know how you forgot that food so fast. Thank you, Sharon Carter. Yes, another way is to go by season. The only time that doesn't work is if you live in Florida. We do not have 4 seasons. We have 3.5. Okay, summer is still in December for us. So if you live in the northern states where you actually have seasons, then you will understand, okay, so every season you should be getting a trim. What is the time frame? So Carlene was trying to tell me the time frame, so somebody tell me the time frame. What is the time frame? I need the right time frame. Carlene was close, but then she stopped guessing, so I think she was defeated. So what is the actual time frame? I don't want the words, I want the time frame now. 12 to 16 weeks. Thank you, Grace. 12 to 16, because remember, a quarter can be done by every 3 months, or it can also be done by every 4 months. So the reason why we say 12 to 16 is because it will still match that schedule. So anywhere from month 3 to month 4, every 3 to 4 months, you get a trim. If you follow that schedule, you take care of your hair, you will notice that your split ends become more controllable. You have more control. You notice that your hair is not as dry. Your ends don't always look raggedy. Okay, your ends always look well put together because you're following your trim schedule. Now, for my relaxed clients, let's talk about it. How often should relaxed clients get a trim? Every time they get a what? A what?
A perm?
A perm?
Relaxing?
Or relaxing. There we go. We don't use perms. Perms are for light-skinned people. We get relaxing. So she said it right. She said every time you get a relaxer, but what is the exception to this rule? If your stylist does what? And it's kind of like a joke, but it's real. If your stylist does what, then you're not going to follow this schedule. Let's see who remembers the analogy that I use. If your stylist base your relaxer around when her mortgage or her rent is due, you do not get a trim. Okay? Because that means we know that every time her mortgage or her rent is due, that is the next 4 weeks. So does that put me in the 6 to 8 week category? No, it does not. Okay? Some stylists base your services today on what bills they have to pay this week. Okay? And it's sad, but it's true. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. Okay? So you also, it's your responsibility to know what your schedule is. Okay? If your stylist doesn't do online booking like I do, then you need to be putting it in your calendar every time you go to see your stylist and what you got done. Some of you have the Hair Care Success Planner. You can use that. The Hair Care Success Planner is a good way to track your hair care. A lot of you don't track your hair care. A lot of you don't know what your porosity was a month ago to determine if it changed. A lot of you don't do your monthly or even bi-monthly routines of cleaning your tools, cleaning your combs, cleaning your brushes, moving your products around, all of that stuff. So keep that in mind, you guys. If you do not track your hair care, then I highly recommend getting our Hair Care Success Planner. We have the digital version and we have the printed version. The digital version, you basically go to Office Depot and you can have them printed however you want them to do it. Or you can print it at home. It's your choice. Me personally, I'm extra. I like my thing to look like a book. I need it to look like a planner. So if I don't want to buy the printed version, I will still take it to Staples or Office Depot, and I will have them printed in color and spiral bounded. So if you guys notice, I'm silk pressing her, but I'm doing smaller sections because she has a lot of density and her ends are very thick, meaning they are very split. So if you notice, anywhere you see my comb get stuck, that's split. I saw someone say they had a question about chemo and hair care. If you want to type that question in again, because it's moving so fast, I can't really read it. It disappears. Can you tell where it is? The splits are? And then the iron that I'm using to silk her is the 1-inch titanium black diamond. Okay, this is the Extreme Pro, the premium pro quality iron. Now, if you have our Elite Anniversary iron, you can use that just the same. I just decided to use the black diamond versus the Elite Anniversary, but you can use either or. And she has Frizz Tamer and Shine Serum on her hair for a reason. Coarse textured hair, or even extreme low porosity hair, or very dense hair, it loves that silicone. It loves that smoothness. It makes it smooth. It allows it to be nice and glazy. So that is why I applied the Frizz Tamer and Shine Serum. While it is a heat protectant, I applied it because it's an aid in what I'm doing. It's going to help me silk her. It's going to help her press be nice and smooth, but it's also protecting her hair at the same time. You could see the split area as she silks her out. Absolutely. That is the point. This is why I say I do not do trims on textured hair, because there is no absolute way that you can tell that you're getting everything, because the hair is in texture. It all looks the same. It might have a couple little pieces that you can differentiate, but you're never going to be able to pull it out enough with enough tension to get most of the split ends. And I still, even with her hair being silked, I still get caught in the ends. Try to tilt down for me. Not you, Mama. Tilt down for me. Okay, still got that one patch. Just let it keep drying. It wasn't on purpose, I promise. I was trying not to burn your ear. Alright, so if I'm working in this area right where her ear is, a good rule of thumb when you're trying to silk this area out is no different from when I would tell you guys how you do the nape. You take your iron and you go up. And then for her sides, same thing. So then when I comb this area down and I finish silking her, it's already, the roots are already done. Just got through with chemo. My hair is coming back 2 colors. That's more than possible. So if you ever taken my class on gray hair or how to care for gray hair, in that class I talk about how you become gray. How do you actually get gray hair? What happens to the hair for it to go gray? Okay, so with chemo, well, I explained the gray part first. Let me start there. With gray hair, the follicle actually matures. So even though your body's maturing, your follicle can mature at a faster rate or a slower rate. Okay, so it doesn't always mean by age, because remember, there's people out there where you're a 2-month-old baby born with gray hair. Okay, so gray hair matures all on its own rate. Okay, so as that gray hair matures, it loses its pigment. Pigment is the color that you see right now, that dark color, whatever color your natural color is. It starts to lose that pigment as it matures. Eventually, all of the pigment goes away, and now you don't have any pigment, and it now breeds out gray, silver, or even white colored hair, depending on your genetics. With chemo, remember, chemo is something where it's basically poisoning cancer cells in the body, in so many words. Chemo, anything that really affects the blood or the internal workings of the body can really do the same thing when it comes onto follicles. It can literally mature the follicles and change the color. Remember, chemo can also cause the hair to fall out. It can cause your texture to change because it's really a chemical change to the body. It's not a natural change, it's a chemical change. So it's not uncommon for after chemo, you start noticing your hair growing back. And before you had chemo or before you got diagnosed with cancer, you had a head full of hair that you could barely comb. And then you go through your cancer, your hair falls out, the new hair comes in, and you notice that it is fine and curly because it was a chemical change to the body. It's a chemical reaction to you doing chemo. Sometimes people who had really fine textured, almost bald hair, their hair comes back nice and full. No different from women who have babies. Sometimes their hair will end up changing its density. Sometimes it gets super thick and starts to grow really long. Where others, you had really long hair before you got pregnant and now it comes back super fine and short. So that is a hormonal change. So like I was saying with chemo, that can definitely happen. It's not something that you can prevent. It's not something that you can predict. Whatever you were given after your chemo is what you get. And I always say to people, don't focus so much on your hair when you're dealing with chemo. Let's focus on you getting better. Let's focus on your health. Because me personally, if I'm going through chemo and I have to live with being bald but still be alive, I shall take that. I will take that. So worry about the hair after. Get through your chemo, go into remission, and then at that point you start worrying about that hair because your hair goes through a lot. Your body's going through a lot. And the hair should be the last worry. How can I bring my elite hair care? Wait, y'all moving fast. Come back.
They're coming in.
My gosh, wait. I done missed like 6 questions. How can I bring my elite hair care products to my stylist to use without offending her? It's all in how you say it. It's all in how you say it, and it's all in your stylist level of maturity too. If your stylist is not mature enough to understand why you're bringing those products, then you're gonna have an uphill battle. But if you word it properly, you start off, sometimes flattery is the best form. I love the way you do my hair. I've been working on trying to fix a couple things with my hair within myself. And I've decided to start using these products. But I wanted to find out if it was okay, if you are okay with utilizing these products when you are doing my hair so that I can test them out. And then at that point, if the stylist is inviting, then you go right on ahead. If the stylist is like, no, I'm using this, and this, and I don't want to use that, and blah, blah, then apparently your hair care is not a team effort with the stylist. And if it's not a team effort, then that means that they don't trust your judgment, and you probably shouldn't trust theirs.
What about those who doesn't tell you what they put in your hair?
If you said those who don't tell you what they put in your hair,
Right.
I wouldn't trust them either.
Definitely.
If you can't tell me what you put in my hair, if it's so top secret that you can't tell me what you put in my hair, then why do we have a relationship? Because a stylist and a client is a relationship. I'm standing over your head. I'm working. Y'all know how I am when it comes to spirituality and hair and all that stuff. I'm standing over your head. I'm doing things to your hair. What if one day I can't make it to you? Or one day I get sick and I don't know what you've been using on my hair. What if one day my head swells up? I have no clue what we've been doing. And all you tell me is, girl, don't worry about it. You know why? Because you're trying to make sure that I stay in your chair. I'm going to value you more by you telling me what you use because that means I can trust you. The only thing that I don't really talk about is chemical services because chemical services should not be done by a client. But even then, I'll say, my client will say, hey, what relaxer do you use? Affirm. I'm okay with telling you I use Affirm because I can't say which Affirm I use because it might change next Thursday what I'm doing on your hair. It might change based on the state of your hair at that time. So I try to keep it as, informative as possible. And then some things, it's like, should I even express it to you because you won't understand what I'm saying? Hey, what color do you use? And I'm trying to tell you that I use a 10 volume 15% 10 volume with 15% 30 volume. I use a 2RV7. I use 10% of 2RV7. I mix that and allow it to oxidize for 2 minutes, and then I apply about 20% of clear, and then I apply another 40% of 2N. I've lost you by now.
Just tell me what the color is.
You didn't hear nothing that I said, right? I lost you. I lost you about 3 colors ago.
Just tell me what it translates to.
Right.
Color. That's all I need to know.
So is that happens. Sometimes I have a client stylist reach out to me because my client does not live here. You might have just visited me and I just gave you a really good color, and that stylist wants to know what color I use so that they can continue to service you. At that point, I will share with the stylist. Why not? What am I going to do? Service you from New Zealand? I live in Florida.
Right.
Now, for everybody whose question I did not see because I was doing that long-winded answer for the last question, just retype your question or copy and paste because I won't see it. Exactly, Tanya. I lost you, right? So me trying to tell you about hair color is going to be a little difficult, especially if it's something where I made a custom color. I can't make a custom relaxer. I don't make relaxer.
You said earlier that you need to switch your product around. Can you give more details on that?
Okay, good question. So I said earlier that you need to switch your product around. So in food service, if you've ever worked in food service, the rule in food service is first in, first what?
Out.
First in, first out. Why is it first in, first out? One of y'all tell me why is in food service it's first in, first out?
Because you don't want to let the old stuff sit around here. So
What happens to old stuff sitting around?
Lose strength.
It loses strength. But with food, what happens with old stuff sitting around?
Pick up
It spoils.
things,
Yeah.
spoils, yeah.
It spoils, right? Everything that uses water can spoil.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that has water in it can go rancid. Rancid water holds bacteria, right? So with hair product, every hair product outside of a silicone-based product or an oil-based product is typically powered by what? The biggest ingredient in most hair shampoos and conditioners is what? What is the main ingredient? Water. I don't care if it's water from Fiji Springs. I don't care if that water came all the way from Antarctica. It is water. And it spoils anything it touches. So with hair product, when hair product goes bad, it smells different, it changes color, it changes consistency, and it can also take your hair out, whether it be a shampoo or a conditioner. It doesn't matter.
Throw away all that stuff I had for a year and a half.
No, but this is why first in, first out is very important. This is why going through your hair cabinet, your cleaning product cabinet, your food cabinet, everything that contains water, you should go in and smell everything and take whatever's old out, stuff that you don't use. You should be throwing it away. You're saving it like it's I'm about to lose 20 pounds and I'm gonna fit this.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. So with hair product, usually the lifespan of a hair product is up to 2 years or 24 months. Okay? Now some products carry less of a life cycle, which is the reason why I do not make natural hair products. And when I say natural hair products, meaning natural plant, there you go.
Plant-based, yeah.
Plant-based. Now, you can still make plant-based and have a plant-based preservative. There's a such thing. But most natural hair products, they use natural raw materials to preserve it, and those don't last. So some people will use oils or essential oils to try to use that as a preservative because they do preserve, but they don't preserve for over 6 months to a year.
Right.
Sometimes even 4 months. So that's the reason why I always say you use first in, first out with hair product. Rotate them around. Like some of us, we just buy stuff and then when you go under your sink, it looks like a tornado under there because all you keep doing is buying new stuff and then you put it to the front. Every time you buy something, you put it to the front because you're like, girl, I'm so excited about this product. So what about the Shea Moisture you bought 3 years ago that's sitting in the back? That you used one time and it didn't work for you?
I just got rid of some.
You get what I'm saying? So you guys get the reason for the method for my madness?
Yeah, makes sense.
Even hairstylists, I am notorious for product hoarding in the salon because as a hairstylist, you buy a million products trying to work on everybody's hair. So now that I use my own products, I don't really have a lot of that issue. But before, when I was using everybody else's products, and I'm dibbling and dabbling and, ooh, I like this oil sheen, but it didn't work as well as this one. So then I go buy another one. And now this one sits in the back. And then I go now and I'm going to clean out my cabinet one day because I'm feeling so nice today. I feel like I want to clean up. And I find something that I've had for 3 years sitting there with crust on the top of the nozzle. And then I go and put that on my client's hair. And guess what happens with my client's hair later on down the road?
Probably.
It can fall out or it can shed really bad. So rancid product doesn't always mean that the hair will fall out. It can also mean that you're going to shed really bad because it's expired. It's expired. So that was a very good question because some people don't understand why I say that.
We do have a lot of products, but I don't rotate them often. I have 3, and so that's why I wanted to come here before I buy your product, so I know which one to buy.
Yeah.
Because I buy so many and then they end up staying there. Never get
Me
some.
too. I'm like that with cleaning products. Every time I'm guilty, TikTok gets me real good. Somebody comes with some hack using pink stuff and all this other stuff and oh, you should get this, the Angry Mom microwave cleaner. And, I go and I buy stuff because it's very influential, right? You see all this stuff and I buy it and now it sits in the front and now the back of my cabinet under the sink, I have stuff from like 2 years ago and I'm like, I'm going to use it. It's a cleaning product. We can use it one day. And then I go to use it. Something that was yellow is now purple because it's old.
Yeah.
It's expired. It's no longer disinfecting. It died. So think of your hair products the same way, you guys. Think of them the same way. All right, so we are basically done with her press. I'll do her hairline when I'm styling her because if I do it now, I'm going to end up having to do her hairline again. In the meantime, I'm going to put the protectant and the last layer on my client here. And let me make sure they dry up here. Yep. So they can be drying while I'm working. Okay, where did I put it? So we're going to do 2 coats of this. It only takes about 5 minutes each coat. I went to a stylist and they cut my hair in a natural state and it was uneven. Exactly. That comes with it.
That's why I didn't want the beef up.
Alright, so finally that patch is now clear.
It's dry.
Alright, so we're going to put one last layer just around the hairline. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and trim her. Now, am I gonna be able to get all of her split ends? No. There's no way. But this is a good starting place. So every time she gets her trim quarterly, as her hair grows out, she noticed that that's actual growth and not just split ends that are stagnating her growth. this side is shorter than that side. All right, nice and trimmed.
Looks good.
Thank you.
Very healthy. Very healthy.
That's what I needed.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and curl her up.
I feel like my hair was getting cut for the
Hmm.
I said it was getting cut, but like you said, it wasn't being done. Right. Correct.
Because that's another reason why I always say to not get your hair trimmed or cut in its textured state, because one side is shorter than the other.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't really tell when you're just looking at your hair in its curly state, because you can pat it together, you can make it all look nice and nice and even, and it's nowhere near.
Because right now, because of the length that it is, I kind of like pull it up more than I
Mhm.
do.
All right, so I'm curling her and pinning her. I'm actually going to turn on my red plate iron. And I'm using large sections to curl her. She's already silk, so I don't really need to do super small sections. And then remember the red plate iron, which is the Vivace 1 3/4 of an inch. This is a ceramic diamond dusted plate iron. This is a part of the Pro collections. So this one does not have the automatic shut off, and it is slightly hotter than the signature silk irons, which is the anniversary irons. Now I can tell you guys, will her silk press last as long as a client who's been soaked before? No. Her hair is not used to this, so it's going to revert fairly quickly. And it looks like it's gonna rain outside for some reason or another.
It's been raining all morning.
See? Something about the red plate iron that does wonders. I think it's the best. It is one of the best in regards to the ceramic irons outside of the black diamond. The Vivace iron is really a good iron. So as you guys see me pinning her, you notice that I'm combing through my curl. The reason why I'm doing that is because I want to make sure that my ends are smooth. I don't want to get fish hooks. And because her ends are very dense, that's another reason why I want to make sure the ends are smooth.
Can you explain when you say dense? Because I think density, some people confuse density with having a lot of hair, or you seeing it's
Well,
how
density
many
is
string of hair you have, right?
They're kind of the same. So if you have a lot of strands of hair,
Mm-hmm.
you have a great density.
Okay.
Because density doesn't come from just her hair is super thick,
Thick. Okay.
or she's low porosity. Density is how many strands of hair you have per square inch of your head.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a lot of strands, that's still very dense.
Okay.
Very good iron, but not for every use. Absolutely. You guys know I'm real funny with the irons. For her hairline, I'm just going to kind of part it out. All right, let's do her hairline. So I'm using the 3/10 of an inch black diamond for her hairline. If you have the Edge Masters, you can use those just the same. All right. Okay. I guess the air needs some goddess polish. So we just sprayed some goddess polish on her hair. I'm gonna put a little bit of Sebastian Shaper on her hairline. I'm not using edge control on purpose. Edge control reverts back on natural hair. It is wet. Okay, so a lot of you who love edge control, and then you're big thing, oh, it didn't hold my edges, right? Because you're natural and it's wet. It's a gel, so it's not going to hold your hairline because your hairline is going to revert. All right, I'm taking out my pins.
Okay, can you go over what product I need again?
Moist Repair Collection.
Moist Repair.
Can use that whole collection. Moist Repair, and then clarifying shampoo, definitely. So Elite Clarify, and then the Moist Repair Collection. And then how often you gonna get a trim?
Every quarter.
Every quarter. Good. And are we gonna trim our hair when it's straight or when it's in its natural state, blow dried?
Yes. And we're gonna sit first.
There we go. Are we gonna allow someone to trim our hair when it's just blow dried?
No, I'm gonna have to drive here.
Okay. Oh, where did you drive from? I didn't even know.
Actually, I drove from North Carolina.
Oh, she drove from North Carolina. Are you visiting?
Somebody on the chat said that she looked familiar and asked if she was from North Carolina.
Oh, well, somebody on there knows you.
Somebody's like,
Somebody knows you.
they said they went to school with you.
Really?
Yeah.
And you know, we try to ignore those comments because we're like,
That's why I
nah,
didn't
sweetheart.
say anything because I was like, no, that's weird. So
Yeah, you know, that's a little
turns out
odd.
they did.
So I guess they do know you
I
then.
wouldn't know who that is. I'm gonna go back and check them out and see who it was. As long as they're not using a fake name, I don't know who it is.
Right. How long was your drive?
My mom lived about an hour, 15 minutes from here. So,
Okay.
but it took me. I came here on Sunday. It took me probably about 9.5 hours.
9.5. Okay.
I only need one stop.
That's good.
Yeah, just to get gas. That's not it.
Your bladder works really well. No, it wouldn't be one stop. It would be maybe more than one in 9 hours.
I drove 5 hours before I made that stop.
Okay,
wow.
so yeah, that makes
That's
sense.
good.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. But see, I like to eat and snack and stuff when I drive. I watch movies when I drive. So it's a little bit different for me.
Yeah, I just want to get the way I'm going.
All right, you guys, I'm using a little bit of Sebastian Shaper just so she can kind of have a little bit of hairstyle when she go see her mom. So her mom can see her hair.
She's waiting for me in the car.
Oh, her mom is in the car, so she's going to see it right away.
Love it.
All right, my dear.
I guess I thought it was natural, but it's still.
It's not sure.
Yeah.
It has length to me.
You're getting a lot of compliments
Cause-
in the comments.
Thank you, because the healthy is what I want. I want my hair to be healthy.
You're on the right track. So you can always go back and watch your video and see what we talked about.
What's your favorite?
All right, my dear.
Because I heard you yesterday was getting Paul on about pack.
Oh, yes. Only pack. Consider my chair when she's done.
The clarifying shampoo.
And you know, he's been on here 3 years, so I don't even know why he just loved to challenge me for some reason or another.
So I'll go ahead and not use it every time I wash my hair. So I can use it like every month, right?
What?
The clarifying shampoo.
Yeah, every wash day.
Every week?
No, your wash day should be once every 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, I wash my hair every week.
That's a lot.
Oh, okay.
There you go, my dear. So if your card has a tap on it, you'll just tap it. If not, you'll insert it. Woo. All right, honey. Just chill.
All right.
All right, so we are going to apply her unit. I'm seriously considering traveling to Florida for a relaxer and maintain at home with my Elite products. Come on down, honey. Come on down. All right, so we are going to put her unit back on, which I'm making sure that I see my front. All right, Mama.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
So, guess I'll see you again in March or April, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Bye
Thank you.
bye.
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 Merry Christmas and happy
You
holidays.
too. Drive safe.
All right. Bye bye.
Which side was the somewhat part on? This side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm looking at it like, yeah, that makes sense. No, that don't make sense, right? So you're open, the circle was kind of like right here.
Yeah, with all the side. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So back for me. So down. See, right now she's trumping. Right now, this is how he be looking on all them little stages right here. Right now, she's trumping. And the breeze is just blowing. All you see is this little toupee just going, woo, woo. But she's not going to be trumping in just a minute. All right, so what I'm doing, you guys, is basically using my fingers to press the unit in to make sure that all of the ends or edges are connected and holding. This is also why we say no water for the first 24 to 48 hours. And technically, you don't want much water to touch your hair, period. So.
Right.
So I'm just using my fingers just to make sure that it is all touching. All right.
Somebody said Trump could never look so beautiful.
He could not. I agree. He could not. We all could agree on that one because that is not a good looking man. That is not a good looking man. All right, so what I'm doing is just going around her perimeter, making sure that we have coverage all the way, making sure that all of her ends are laying down. So we're starting the blend process. So this way. Okay, I'm definitely hungry. I just keep hearing my stomach go.
Like that was me.
That's been me the whole time.
I was talking.
All right. Now we're gonna blend. Chin down for me. So the good thing is, can you tilt this way just a little bit? It looks just like Scalp. You cannot tell. And she has a unit here. It just looks like her hair is grown out that way. Okay, and then I'm just gonna blend the prosthetic. Guess I need to blend the prosthetic with her hair. And then we'll mold her and curl her, and then she'll be on her way out. So like I said, you guys, the longest part of this process is what?
The adhesive.
The adhesive, yep. Getting her prepared. Because that really is what takes the most time. Nothing else really takes that long from there. Nice and easy. All right, so I am going to wet her down around the sides here. Just a little bit right in her hair area. Wrap foam works better when mixed with water, you guys. So if you keep putting wrap foam on dry hair, it's gonna build up. And you're gonna be very upset. It's gonna be nice and sticky.
I actually found that out.
Excuse me for 1 second, please. What was that? Is there 2, 4, 8. All right. So I'm using some Elite Silk Wrap Foam. This one don't want to come out. Tilt down for me.
Did you turn the TV off?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I thought you did that. I was
No,
waiting
it
to
did it
see.
on its own.
Oh, okay.
I think it stopped mirroring on its own. So. There we go. It's back. Alright, so I'm molding her hair down and I'm including the extensions. Okay, I'm trying not to really wet the, what's the word I'm looking for? The adhesive on the edge of the adhesive on the edge of the prosthetic. I couldn't think of the word. Okay. She is gonna go under the dryer though, so. And then for her hairline, I'm still going to carve out her hairline. So I did include some of the prosthetic on her hairline because we want it to look as natural as possible. So we want to blend really well. So I'm going to do her hairline just as I would if she had a short cut and we didn't have a prosthetic. Alright, and then same thing on this side. I don't want to leave it hanging like that, so I'm going to apply wrap foam to this side to directionalize it. Put your hand right here for me. All right, I'm gonna take a wrap strip. I'm gonna just tie it to the front if I can. There we go. Okay. Well, I don't really need these pieces today. Alright, so she's gonna go under the dryer now. Okay. So now let's work on my next client, which is also my last client. Ooh, I'm just taking the mirror. So in her case, I'm actually going to be applying the tracks in her crown. Whereas before with my client just now, we were doing a prosthetic. So because I know she has a smaller head, I'm not going to make it long. Because I don't think she'd be comfortable. And I don't think she wants something that she has to curl much. Am I right, or you want something you can curl? No curling, right?
No.
I figured.
Wrap it.
Okay, so I'm going to use this piece here. Alright, so we're ready. What kind of ready? I need to go. Alright, so she has her protectants up here. Right here. I'm putting my mark of where she will close out. I'm just going to put a little drop there so I know that that's where I'm going to close her. Hot?
Yeah, this one could get it's hot.
I turned it down. It'll take a second to turn down though. Do you have a stylist in Oklahoma? Nope. Mm-mm.
It really blends well.
Thank you. So I'm gonna put this last piece, and then I'm gonna use the closure piece. Some people like to make their closure. I can do both, but the closure piece for like my short styles, I like to use it.
I like your clothes.
Hmm?
I like your clothes.
Thank you. Okie doke. So we're gonna go ahead and cut her down. I'll use this one. So I'm using some of the hair on her sides to blend, give her some fullness. So that's the reason why I laid it the way I did, so that I could use some of this hair to blend with her hair. Okie doke. So we're gonna go ahead and mold her. Thank you. Alright, so she's gonna go under the dryer. That's how you know if the blend is right. If it's right, it'll blend right in. If it's not, it'll look heavy and you'll struggle to wrap it. Okay. Finishing time. Thank you. You see your colors. I don't go to hairdressers working with too many of the same time, which makes you sit for hours on hours. I get it. Gotta do what you gotta do. Make your own decisions, honey. That's why I say you gotta make your decision, because honestly, it's gonna be one of two things. You don't go to stylists who have too many clients at the same time. Okay, so that means that your stylist should be charging you $300 for a wash and style, so that they can afford to not have to book more than one client at a time, right? Or your stylist, even if they have more than one client at a time, they know how to juggle their time and not do a sew-in with a wash and set client, right? But it's more like you gotta choose which one works better for you. I'm more than certain you're not gonna pay $300 for a wash and style, so that that stylist can devote their entire schedule to you for 3 hours and still support their life. So it's kind of a yin and a yang. And it's not that stylists want to book 100 clients at one time. That's not it. But when you are doing ethnic hair care, ethnic clients, I'm just being real straight with y'all. Y'all not gonna pay $600 for a sew-in. Okay? You're gonna say, oh, her price is too high. Her work don't even look that good for that kind of money. No, but she's able to accommodate for you, so you can just be the only client that she services for the whole day. So it's a give and take. Which would you prefer? Sit down for me. Would you prefer your stylist charge you $300 for a wash and set? I want everybody to answer. If you would prefer your stylist charge you $300 for a wash and set, but you are in and out the salon in less than an hour, put a 1. Would you prefer your stylist book accordingly, of course, and know how to book certain clients for certain time frames, but you might still need to be in the salon for about 2 to 4 hours because most services do take that, and still charge you a reasonable price, put a 2 in the chat. And let's see who chooses what. I see a lot of 2s. I see a whole lot of 2s. You know why? Because that is the nature of what we're doing. And here's the next piece to it. A client books on the schedule. Now, mind you, my clients book their own service. When they book their service, at the time that they booked, which might have been 30 days ago, they booked for a wash and style. Okay? When they booked for that wash and style 30 days ago, with textured hair care or ethnic hair care, you don't know when you're going to need a relaxer. So then you booked a wash and style 30 days ago, and today you come in and say, hey, I know I booked a wash and style, but I really do need a relaxer. Okay, well, you booked something that I could do 4 people at once and still get everybody out in 2 hours because I'm only doing a wash and style. Now you've changed the service to, oh, I need a relaxer. Okay, all right, so then we're going to have to do a relaxer, which is now a 2 to 4 hour service. Then the client before you, they think that they needed a relaxer, and they decided that they don't want to be relaxed anymore. They rather go natural. And now the relaxer appointment, that is a wash, sit, whatever, has now turned into a silk press. And now we have to work through the fact that you've never had one. We got to navigate that service. That's what happens in the salon. You come with the intention of saying, I'm getting this because of when you booked it. You don't know much about hair, right? You don't know much. So you come thinking, oh, I'm just getting a wash and style, when really you needed a whole relaxer. And now we can't just do a wash and style because you have a wedding to go to. So now I have to cater to the fact that your hair has to be slayed and not nappy. What am I going to do? Say no? You're my client. You're my client. Now, there's some stylists that do charge VIP price, and you still be in the salon for 10 hours. Took this way from me. Even at VIP price. Am I lying?
It's true.
But that's why it's your responsibility to know who you're going to. No, oh my. Know who you're picking to do your hair. You're going to base it off of trend. And typically, the stylists that keep you in the salon the longest is the ones who do a lot of weaves. So if you're going to a stylist that does a lot of weaves for hair care, absolutely, you're going to be in there all day. If you're going to a stylist that does a lot of weave services throughout the day, and then they just kind of dibble in the hair care services because it kind of supplements their income, best believe you're going to be in the salon a long time, because quick weaves are not quick. Sewings are not quick. Wig applications are not quick, which is the reason why I don't offer them. I don't want to. The most weaving I offer is alopecia. It's more rewarding to me anyway. I prefer to see a client come in feeling like they just can't get any further, and then I wow them with a beautiful hairstyle that they absolutely adore. Rather than the lady who comes in with some trendy picture that she saw yesterday. And that's what we're doing now. So those are the stylists that usually mess you guys up. The ones who they typically do both. They only do hair care because it's something to supplement their income, but they would prefer to do weaves. So they book a whole day of weaves around your wash and style. Now you're sitting there 6 hours.
I think the other thing too, especially with you, is you really do try to take the time to educate clients, and that takes time. That's commitment.
It is. Oh, it's definitely a commitment.
Yeah, that's different from just getting booked and sitting in a chair and getting your hair done and leaving.
Absolutely.
It's a very different experience.
Catherine said, I know what service is needed. It's basic wash and condition silk press. Therefore, I'll pay $300 to get in and out and use a fool. I'm so sorry, honey. Use a real fool. No disrespect when I say it. When I say use a real fool, listen to me. I will never on God's green planet pay somebody $300 for a wash and style. I don't care if you can get me out in 20 minutes. So that means that if you can get me out in 20 minutes for my $300, then you really just price gouging, because what is it that you did for me in 20 minutes? What treatment did you give me? What rush of a wash did you give me? How clean is my hair when you're done? For you to get in and out? Come on now. I think you're just saying that just to say that, because that's a lie. Use a fool. Not in a disrespectful way, in a hypothetical way. Never. Never will I ever. For me to be in and out, I'm going to pay $300 for a wash and set? That sounds like you need to hire a stylist to come to your house if you got that kind of money to give away. Because that's what you did, give it away. Some people just come out here just to say stuff, but that's foolishness. I don't know, I guess my clients just understand, like, when they come to me, they know for a fact they're not going to be in here all day, because I just don't do it. It has to be a service that actually takes that much time, like what I'm doing right now. The bulk of this service is hurry up and wait. I can't rush the adhesive. She said, it's my money. You right, honey. It's your money, but I guarantee you ain't paying $300, so stop telling a lie. Stop capping. Don't cap. Head up for me. Don't cap like that, because if that's the case, you would not be sitting on this YouTube talking about it. Stop capping. You capping. You put on a whole Yankees cap with that one, baby. Oh, there goes another subscriber. Oh, Lord. I'm not really losing y'all when I say what I say. I'm sorry. I be ruffling a couple feathers. Because y'all be capping. Because y'all be capping on here real bad. After you pay that first $300, I guarantee you ain't going back. Because you go look at it like, well, wait, I could have paid $45 and just sat for another hour? Wow. Never. For someone who actually cares for my hair, their time, I don't mind waiting. No, I can agree, you guys. Now, there is a limit to my waiting. Let me be clear. I'm not going to someone's salon to get a wash and style to be there with you for 8 hours. That I'm not going to do. Which is the reason why my clients already know what to expect when they come in. What's your email say? How long does your email tell you to expect to be here?
I don't know, I think it's like 2 hours. Maybe?
2 to 4 hours, right?
4 hours, yeah.
All of my emails say the same
Yeah,
thing.
they all communicate the time too, so you know.
They tell you like, hey, please expect to be in the salon 2 to 4 hours. Some services take longer. We're not a barber shop. We're doing hair. You don't know what to expect. That client might be coming in for a silk press, but her hair is so matted that it takes you an hour just to detangle her. Well, you didn't know that. And neither did she, because she don't know nothing about hair. But you know, here's the irony to it. You guys will hold your stylist to a damn near death sentence of a contract. But you'll go to your doctor's office and patiently wait while he sits there and navigates and filters through files, eats his lunch, has you sitting in the room waiting for you to pay your copay of $25. Okay? And then still bill your insurance another $350. You'll wait though. You'll wait though. You won't complain. You won't say nothing. You know why? Because you put value to them. You don't put value to hairstylists. People don't value hairstylists until your hair falls out and they know what they're doing. That's the only time you put value to a hairstylist. So you look at it like they should be twiddling their thumbs and waiting on you. Y'all know I give coins, honey. I'll give it to you. I will tell you with a straight face. I will. Some of y'all got more patience with your man cheating on you 6 times a week, more than your hairstylist. Don't do that. Ouch. You got way more patience with him cheating on you than you have with the person who keeps the hair on your head. For him to still keep attraction to you. Come on, man. Y'all do better than that. I've had people ask me why I quit my corporate job. And I'm like, to do hair. I'm a hairstylist. It's like a career. They're like, oh, you quit your job to do hair? No, sweetheart, I quit my job to be a cosmetologist. It's a career. It's not a hobby. But that is how people interpret this. It's a hobby. We're not doing anything. And this is not directed to the young lady who said what she said. This is just in general. Y'all got to learn this part more and more and more. Patience is a virtue, and it's not everything that you can hurry up and rush. That's why some of y'all are in the position you're in now and your hair looks the way it looks now. Because you want that rush. You want that fast weave, and that fast weave takes out fast hair. And now you're growing real slow. And then you come to me and you say, hey, I just want to get my hair back. Well, it took you 5 months to get it gone. And you want me to grow it back in one appointment. Just one. Just one. Let's see how many subscribers I lose today. But boy, I've been on a streak. I mean, is it a lie? You wait for what you put value to. And if your stylist respects your time, then you have a better understanding. If your stylist doesn't respect your time, then I don't expect you to respect your stylist. That's all. But some stylists, they are very entitled. That I can agree with. Some stylists are very entitled. They feel like you sitting in their chair, you should be what's the word? Appreciative for being able to grace their chair. You should be honored. Absolutely. You should be honored that I'm willing to trim your edges. You should be honored. That is where it gets messed up. That's where the problem comes. Some stylists get a little too entitled. Maybe because they had 1,000 or 1,000,000 followers or something. They feel like they can deal with you any kind of way. Those are the ones that mess it up for the stylists like myself. And then you come with these unrealistic expectations because they set them.
It's true.
Being a hairstylist is a very lucrative business, and you have your own shop. I work in corporate, Crystal, telling the truth. I've worked in corporate too. They are even worse. They have no respect for you. They only respect what you bring to the table, and that is it. They will fire you in a drop. Yes, girl, you are stepping with your hair. Yeah. Just some healthy conversation, you guys. Don't block me, please. Please don't. I know some of you don't like the truth. Alright, we're gonna put a little bit of sheen. I don't know, y'all, what y'all think. Is she revived? Is she back? she back. They said they love it. It's fire.
Yes.
You know when you start getting fire.
Right.
It was worth the 9 hours you were here today.
Absolutely.
I'm just joking, y'all. Somebody gonna take it too literal. I was just playing.
But it's worth the time. Absolutely.
At least you know you won't be trumping because it's on.
That's right.
On.
It's on.
It's on. They say you're gorgeous, looking good.
Red velvet hottie. That's what my son
See?
keeps saying that. I'm like, boy.
Red velvet. I like that. Red velvet
He
hottie.
said, Mom, red velvet hottie.
Come through shortcut, please.
Love it.
Thank
Love
you.
it.
I'm
Love
glad.
it.
I'm glad. All right, so you guys can see the back, the blend. There you go, her front. She's all in it, so I gotta clean off your side though. So I'm gonna clean this little bit of color that's on her face. Some of it is kind of stained because her hairline goes so far down, so you can't not color those hairs.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll fade. Yeah. All right, my love. Woohoo! Thank you.
Thank you. As always. Beautiful.
Yes, you look like a new person.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right. Hold on. You came, what, 9:30?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. What time is it?
Like
2:30. So we did 5 hours of a service that actually does take about 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does take about that.
But I knew that coming in, so
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely it.
To your point, you gotta know what you're paying for and what your expectations are.
Absolutely. If you translate your expectations, that's what keeps the tension now. You know what to expect.
Exactly.
Now you come in thinking it's a 30-minute appointment and it's not.
Right. And you got 5 other things to do today. You should.
Oh, okay.
I knew better. This was my hair day. And I designated.
And you only do it,
and I
what, once
designated
every
it. Yeah,
month or so?
exactly.
You can give
So,
yourself that much
I
time.
designated it as such.
What's your last name? Floyd, right?
Mm-hmm. Floyd, yep.
All right, there you go. Okay, my dear. Just fill that out for me.
Okay.
All right, beautiful. Come on over.
How does it
Let me go to the restroom
tip
first.
to you?
So when you tap it, are you using your phone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so tap it here. And just to, like that.
Oh, there it is.
Double tap. Look at it. Go near again. There you go. And then it's going to ask you to.
Oh, and then it'll.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Absolutely. I'll sweep up for you. All right, my dears. I'll see you after the new year.
Yep, and I'll see you on the 20th. I'm
Yes,
already
ma'am.
booked.
I saw.
All right.
Oh, let me give you your card. Just grab any one.
Oh, thank
There's
you.
a gift inside, so just pick the one that's
so
best for
sweet.
you.
Thank you
There
so
you go, my
much.
dear.
All right.
All
Take
right.
care.
See you. Have a good Christmas
You
and New
too.
Year.
You too.
Okay, Mama. Alright, so I'm just sweeping because my client is using the restroom, so I just use this opportunity to sweep up. cleaning up while my client is in the bathroom. She's in the ladies' room. Ready? Right, you can sit in my chair. All right, so we're gonna finish. Ooh, I like that side. Yes, girl. I like. Feel like you know some of my clients. You might know them. You never know.
I watch their videos on YouTube.
You want to say something? You were gonna say something? Oh, I thought you were saying something. He said some of my clients look familiar to you. I mean, you never know. You might know my clients. There's no way for me to say they can't be familiar. And we all have a look-alike too, so you never know.
That's true.
you travel to get?
From Dallas to Georgia.
I guess you did say that earlier.
Yeah, it's a 3.5 hour drive. Just ain't used to driving on the express.
Oh no, I mean it's not so. It's
Well,
not
it's
bad.
not,
If it's not like super busy, then it's not so bad.
Yeah, it wasn't busy.
And that's crazy because usually in the holidays is when it's the worst.
Mm-hmm. We got ready to the turnoffs. That's where, because traffic is kind of like get jammed up right up in there because so many cars coming on and not getting off.
You know. You know. Sorry. Sorry. You hungry too? I was just sitting here in my head. I'm like, man, when I'm done with her hair, I'm gonna get something super good to eat. Okay, baby. Oh, Christian's on his way to the mall with his father. You know, that's all he knows. He doesn't know his mom unless it's something like school or a field trip. He doesn't really know me when his dad says, oh, we're going to do men things together. Whatever. Okay, have a great day. But when we're at home, it's, Mom, can you sign this paper?
I I know that's what they
That's
need
all.
you
That's
for.
all I
Yeah.
get, Mom.
Uh-huh.
Mom, can you sign this paper? But when it's time for man stuff, I don't get nothing.
Ain't got time for it.
Nope. He don't care about nothing. Him and his dad, when it's game night and all that, I get nothing. Sorry, Mama. I'm not trying to. I promise I'm not trying to make it super hot on purpose.
Believe me, I'm used to that. And that pressing iron,
Bless me.
the pressing iron, you know,
Mm.
long ago.
Mm-hmm.
You can always get that scar right there in the front.
Mm-hmm. Every time. What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? She can somewhat see it, not somewhat see it. Oh, I'm getting all the emojis. Fire. You know when you start getting the fire, you know it's hot.
Yeah.
It's fire. It's that gorgeous. Thank you, Miss Kathy. How are you, my love? She's going back to Valdosta spunky.
No, I'm headed to Plant City.
Are you gonna put? Oh, she's just on a tour, y'all.
Yeah.
She's on a tour. She just said, I'm just stopping here temporarily.
Okay. Been waiting for this for a year.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much for trusting me. Because you look beautiful.
Yeah.
You're holiday ready.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready for it too.
Enjoy every piece of it. How was that? I'm good. But style-wise, you okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me lift it up just a little bit, get a little height. And then all you gotta do is worry about your sides.
Okay, wrap it.
Yep, just put your scarf around the
Oh,
side.
okay.
That's really it.
That's the way I need it. Like it.
It's nice and easy.
Mm-hmm.
So this doesn't make it super hard, so
Okay.
you can still comb through it and stuff if you choose to. They say absolutely fabulous.
I know. Imagine. Oh.
Chin down for me. Thank you, guys. Let me trim these little pieces. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
Good?
Yeah. Much better than a wig.
Way better than a wig.
Yeah.
Now you can actually scratch your skin. You can scratch your own
yeah.
head.
Oh,
You want to see
yeah.
the back?
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Natural.
Thank you, my dear. All right, you are all done. It said lovely. She is gorgeous. When your client leaves, she's going to have a lot of heads turning.
Oh, yeah. Like my husband. Where you been?
Where you been at? And why you took so long? All right, you guys, hold on. Let me.
You told me to remind you about me a discount.
Yes, ma'am. I remember.
You remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Better remember than mine.
I would hope so. I would definitely hope so. What's your last name? It's Phyllis Anderson.
Hear my granddaughter. Mama, who did your hair?
There you go, Miss Pam. So if it taps, just tap it right here. Yep, just hold it right there. It'll do it. There you go. And then fill that out for me. Making sure I turn off all my irons because they're gonna end up burning out one day.
Yes, it was, get unplugged. Okay, that's good.
Yes, ma'am. Never liked short hair for myself, but you make it tempting. Thank you.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the styles you've done today. It was very educational. Thank you, guys. Thank you, and thank you. All right, so I am about to get myself out of here. I'll be back here again tomorrow. Praise dance, y'all so funny. I'll be back tomorrow. Whew. You guys don't forget the 11:50 sale is going on. Miss Phyllis, you drive safe to get to your destination. Oh, look, let me give you one of the cards. If you want to grab one out of the bin there.
Oh, okay.
Each one has a different prize on the inside. So I shall see you later.
Okay, I'm coming back on the 19th of January.
All right, so you can use it then.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
See you, Miss Phyllis.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Tanetta. It's beautiful, but to me it's a little too short. Hey, everybody has their preference. Understandable. Understandable. Whew. I am starving. I'm about to go and get me some boba and some shrimp fried rice and check on my daughters. I appreciate everybody for joining. Oh, I guess you guys can see the TV now. Look, there's the TV, so I can see all your words up there. Super happy about this TV. It's very clear. It shows me what you guys look at. So I love it. Love it, love it, and love it. But if I don't do a cook with me tonight, I'll see everybody tomorrow, bright and early, 9 a.m. I have seven clients tomorrow, so it's going to be a long day. Yes, 11:50 sale is going on both our body care and our hair care. All right, you guys. Love everybody. Peace out. Bye. Okay, it don't want me to hang up on you guys, clearly. Hold on. Let me stop mirroring. It won't let me hang up. Is it telling me that I can't hang up because I'm on this? Are you sure you want to stop streaming? Isn't that what I said?